Regular meeting of the Imperial Beach City Council.
Recording in progress.
It's great to be here with everybody as we begin the process of getting back to figuring out how to do meetings in person. I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. I guess I'll do this. And I want to welcome everyone to our regular meeting on November 3rd and thank everyone for their patience and understanding as we continue to improve our teleconference meeting process. This meeting must comply with California Government Code Section 54953E and all other provisions of state law. And the city clerk will now announce the public meeting process. Thank you.
This is City Clerk Kelly. Members of the public are encouraged to submit their comments now via email to comments@imperialbeachca.gov. Please note in the subject line the item on the agenda that you wish to comment on. Specify if you would like your comment to be read aloud or just entered into the record. Written comments will be read aloud for up to 3 minutes. Public comments will be accepted until the mayor announces that public comment for that item is closed. For providing oral comments during this meeting, join Zoom by computer, mobile phone app, or dial-in number. The meeting details are located on the first page of the agenda. Members of the public will not be shown on video. You will be able to speak when called upon. At the appropriate time, use the raise hand feature on the computer or mobile phone app, or if dialing in, press *9 on your telephone. State your first and last name and city of residence for the record. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes so that business can be efficiently completed at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, City Clerk Kelly, please take the roll.
Councilmember Aguirre.
Aguirre here.
Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez.
Leyva Gonzalez here.
Councilmember Fisher.
Fisher here.
Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs.
Spriggs here.
And Mayor Dedina.
Dedina present. Thanks, everyone. And now we have Captain Jason Lindquist for the lifeguards will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks a lot, Captain Lindquist. And now we'll start. We're going to mix it up this evening. And just remind my council colleagues, no longer, thankfully, I have to call on people. Press buttons. Hopefully I'll manage this as well, and then we're going to mix it up. And so I'll start first with the reports. And on October 22nd, I attended the Borders meeting of Sandag. Thank you, Councilmember Spriggs. I know you're filling us in on Sandag I was in the urgent care getting a urchin spine dealt with in my foot, so I appreciate it. The Borders meeting, big talk about reopening the border, which will happen next week on November 8th. So that was great to have that. And a great update from the Consul General of Mexico on all their plans for the border as well. So that was good. October 23rd, I'll let Jack handle that, but awesome bodyboard contest, California Pro Bodyboard Tour, super, arguably the best conditions ever for a contest in IB. It was pretty epic.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, so super, super great to see you guys there. And anyway, October 25th, I met with Mayor Todd Gloria, Supervisor Nora Vargas, Mayor Alejandro Sotelo Solis, Mayor Coronado, Richard Bailey, and Mayor Mary Salas to talk about South Bay issues, part of which was opening the border and then updating on sewage issues. And then I had the Sandag Litter Committee talking really about Sandag's ever-moving plans. They're starting to clean up the border. They hired not border, but the freeways. They've hired a lot of people to do that. So there's still some issues to go, but they're definitely making inroads on cleaning up the border and they have to deal with the homeless camps that are on the freeway as well in partnership with the city of San Diego. And then we had a San Diego Community Power meeting on October 28th. We'll be one of the first cities to plug in to be on their opening for the power plant. Is that right? Yeah. So we're all going to be switching over to, well, in theory, to San Diego Community Power. Looks really great. It's a great organization and really excited that we're at City of IB along with La Mesa. Let's see, La Mesa, Encinitas, Chula Vista, and IB. Am I missing? The county just joined and National City may join. Am I missing anybody? I don't think so. That's it. So anyway. And then October 29th, Sandag, big issue, big meeting, tons of people calling in all about the regional plan, which in theory could include free transit. And then I think people just put a ballot initiative on the ballot to have a sales tax initiative affiliated with that to raise money for regional transportation. And then on November 3rd, I met with, November 1st, I met with Maria Elena Heener, the new director of the International Boundary and Water Commission. And so that was great. She's very excited to really get going and really mention just a lot of basic things about asset management and really doing everything that she can do to get the IBWC focused on issues that matter and projects that matter. So it's good to have her there. And that's it. Take it over, Councilmember Spriggs. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today we had the second of four special ad hoc committee meetings appointed by the League of California Cities president to review ACA 7, which is a California proposed constitutional amendment to bring back local control to cities and county governments over land use decision making, which has been severely eroded in the last 5 to 10 years, especially in the housing area, where not only is the state pressing for more affordable housing, but also specifying in ever greater detail how each local community is supposed to do that. So this is an important exercise that will make recommendations to the board, and the League eventually will weigh in on this constitutional amendment with suggested amendments or being in favor of it or against it, etc. That was today. Yesterday, I found out that I had been reappointed to the League's Coastal Cities Group Leadership Committee. That's representing the San Diego area. There are 6 members of the Leadership Committee all up and down the coast in different coastal commission jurisdictions. I also found out that I will be asked once again to serve on the three-person, at least 3 city representatives from that leadership committee who will be working with the Coastal Commission and county supervisors from coastal counties on the Sea Level Rise Working Group. This will be the 3rd year, starting next year, that I've served on that. And I think we're making some progress. I'll talk about that in just a second. Going in reverse chronological order, on the 27th, I participated in the Metro JPA, Metro Wastewater JPA Finance Committee, which was a 2-hour meeting to discuss a range of budget issues regarding Metro JPA, allocation to the different cities, audits, an audit report, etc. And we made recommendations there that will be considered by the full Metro JPA board tomorrow, and I will be in attendance at that meeting, which will be virtual. And finally, on the 27th, the Sea Level Rise Working Group had a meeting to review draft documents, including the latest draft of one of 3 important documents to smooth the way between the Coastal Commission and cities seeking to address sea level rise through updated local coastal programs, which has been a problem for cities because of obstacles encountered. Del Mar is a good example. Other cities are encountering similar difficulties just getting to the commission with their proposals. And we have also had that problem in the past at Imperial Beach. So this 3rd of 3 documents that we are looking at has to do with coordination and elevation process for LCP updates. Well, that means early coordination in the beginning to set the scope, and hopefully a scope that won't creep for the LCP, because scope creep on the part of the commission staff is a big problem. And secondly, elevation, meaning if there are problems, there's no way to resolve them by appealing to a higher level before the problems really become ingrained. So there are procedures now being proposed to the commission to actually have some sort of a appeal of local staff and city staff, wherever they are, to higher levels of staff in the Coastal Commission, or to commissioners, for that matter. So those are some of the things that we're working on in the Sea Level Rise Working Group, and I'm hopeful that we will one day have a situation where every coastal community will have an updated local coastal program, including Imperial Beach, that addresses sea level rise. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, like you said, Mayor, I was able to participate in the bodyboarding contest on October 23rd. It was great to see a lot of our city staff members there. The surf was challenging. It was about 3 to 5 feet. Some of the sets were a little bit bigger and breaking hard just like IB does. And it was great because we had competitors from Morocco, from Brazil. He did not compete, but the drop knee world champion, 4-time drop knee world champion, was out there to support his girlfriend, who actually won her division. But he provided some really cool highlights off to the non-contest zone. So it was really rad to have that representation. But yeah, just the international was neat. I never had seen a contest like that had international. The organizers were super stoked. U.S. Bodyboarding, the California Bodyboarding Association was well represented, and they're looking forward to possibly doing some more events, some clinics. We did see a fairly low amount of groms out there, and so we're really working to get that going. So super stoked. I was rad. I'd be sitting in the sand all morning long and all afternoon, but it was a great event, and like I said, the organizers were so pleased with not only the surf and how it turned out, but with the staff. The staff was super, accommodating for everything they needed. So thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything to report on the committees, but on the 30th, Saturday, the trunk or treat, it was an awesome event. Thank you to the staff and everyone that showed up, Mayor. It was just great to see so many people bringing their kids, and the open house for the fire department. I had such a great time. It was awesome. That's all I have. Thanks.
I forgot to mention that was great to have you there. Yeah, you were rocking it. Apparently, kids are really into checkered vans. That's one thing I did learn. I didn't know any of the names of the characters anymore besides Power Rangers, like in The Little Mermaid. So anyway, Councilmember Aguirre.
Thank you. And Councilmember Fisher failed to mention that he was a judge, which is not an easy task to spend all day judging bodyboarding or surfing for that matter. So thanks for that. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, congratulations on your appointment. And we are so grateful for your leadership on the Sea Level Rise Working Group. And I'm very much looking forward to working more closely with you as a commissioner of the Coastal Commission. I just wanted to clarify the date on the SANDAG meeting on the 22nd. I attended on behalf of, I think you were part there, right? And then I stepped in.
No, I thought Councilmember Spriggs attended. I didn't know you did.
No, I did.
Okay,
yeah.
good. Thank you. I had no idea.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. That's why we have second and third alternates, right? So I attended that meeting where we did approve the recommendations put forward by the Social Equity Working Group and the Transportation Committee. What we approved was the Early Action Transit Pilot Project. And what that is, it's an $8 million program with funding that was secured by Supervisor Nora Vargas to increase frequency of bus routes on nights and weekends in underserved communities. While I had stepped into the Transportation Committee on behalf of Councilmember Montgomery Stepp, I made an amendment and recommended they add the 933-934 route, which is a route that serves Imperial Beach. And that amendment was accepted, and it was approved at the SANDAG meeting. So what that means is that our workforce residents who have to go to work on nights or weekends won't have to wait as long for the bus to come by. Usually it's 30 minutes. We're going to, narrow it down to 15, if not less. And then we had a really great presentation on the Regional Digital Equity Strategy. What that was is an update from the Digital Divide Task Force, which presented initiatives on how to bridge the digital divide, especially in workforce communities such as our own. As we saw during the pandemic when we were doing the mayor's COVID task force work, that was one of the major causes of concern for us on how to reach our community, our most in need community members that are not tech savvy or can't afford Wi-Fi or can't afford computers to log on to receive resources. So that was really great. And then on Saturday, the 23rd, I also attended the bodyboarding contest. I was actually enrolled to compete, but sadly, I could not make my heat at the end of the day. I was called away on business, but it was a wonderful event, and I'm hoping it'll be the first of many more to come to Imperial Beach. And then lastly, on the 27th, I attended the San Diego Port Tenants Association dinner, along with many other elected officials, including Mayor Todd Gloria, where, we were able to interact with all the port tenants at the San Diego port. So it was a lovely time. That's it for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll have communications from staff. Community Special Events Coordinator Stevens has an announcement. Oh, that's awesome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm excited to announce some really cool things that happened in IB over the weekend. First is the IB Fire Open House combined with the Parks and Recreation Trunk or Treat event. The Trunk or Treat was a first-year event, and we are absolutely thrilled with the turnout. I want to give a big shout out to all the residents and businesses that donated and made the event possible. Also to all of our city departments for decorating a vehicle. They did a phenomenal job. They really came out and supported the event, so we were excited about that. Next slide. The fire engine was a photo op hotspot while fire rescue taught the kids sidewalk CPR. The fire department also hosted a costume contest with 2 categories and a first and second place winner in each category. I know everyone wanted to know who won the car decorating contest, so next slide, please. Lifeguards took home the trophy on that one. We are already making plans for next year's Trunk or Treat event, which will become Spectacular Park After Dark. So stay tuned for more events as we get those details all ironed out. Next slide. Thank you to former State Senator Denise Ducheney. Sandcastle City is alive again with this beautiful altar created by IB Posse. The sculpture will be up for a few more days, so hopefully the community will be able to make their way down to see this beautiful artwork. We are working on another event in December with information going out very soon after we lock down some details, so stay tuned for more. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. And no, there's not a question, but it's clear the lifeguards really wanted to win. They were really into winning, and they had a pretty good, I'm biased, but they had a pretty cool display, or trunk. Thank you very much. And now City Manager Hall's announcement.
Mayor and Council, given the interest in the second item on your regular agenda tonight, which is the discussion about the American Rescue Plan Act, there's been a suggestion that we move that to the first item to allow the public to participate, and then we can move the council policies and then follow the agenda after that. So looking for a motion, Mayor, to amend the agenda.
Is there a motion to move item number 1 to the first item number 2 to item number 1, first item?
So move.
Second.
Okay, good. So please take a vote. City Clerk Kelly?
Mayor and Council, please use your voting buttons. Remember to lock and submit, or lock.
I was looking to see how everybody else voted. Oh, I got to watch monitor the votes.
Oh, you do?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to do a roll call vote.
Okay, it's Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs' fault.
Councilwoman Aguirre, how do you vote?
Aguirre, yes.
Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Leyva Gonzalez, yes.
Councilmember Fisher, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Mayor Dedina.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Right.
Mayor and Council, I was just informed by the city attorney that since we still have an electronic meeting happening and some people join on their phone, for the continuation of this meeting, we do need to take oral votes. So just to let you know. Okay.
Right, okay. And then we're going to get into public comment, but just one request for me to my council colleagues. Let's just make sure I have a chance to read the motion. Sometimes people get really into like first or second, just want to make sure I have a chance to read the motion before we do the first and second. That's all. And you guys actually hadn't done that much, but it's happened a couple times. And so I just want to make sure everyone, the community can listen to what we're doing. Second, the acoustics can be challenging sometimes. So I may ask you to repeat. Just sometimes the bouncing of stuff off here. So me hearing what you're saying, like if it's like a motion or something, or the wording, so to make sure that we get that right. So anyway, I don't want anybody to be offended like I'm not listening. But second, finally, now we're back to doing this, but this was new when we started. I think we only did it a couple times or whatever. And so my tendency would be look at you, but I have to look at this. So anyway, I just want to make sure we're all clear. We're going to be ironing out the kinks in this evening. Thanks. And that will take public comment. Thanks, everyone.
This is City Clerk Kelly. I will begin with members of the public participating via Zoom. Each person wishing to address City Council regarding items not on the posted agenda may do so at this time. Please state your name, your first and last name, and city of residence for the record. In accordance with state law, Council may not discuss or take action on an item not scheduled on the agenda. If appropriate, the item will be referred to the City Manager or placed on a future agenda. I will begin with members of the public. Please use the raise hand feature. You will have 3 minutes to speak. If you're calling in, please use *9 on your telephone. The first speaker is David Preston. Please unmute yourself and begin. You have 3 minutes. Okay, Mr. Preston, we'll come back to you. I don't know if you're having some technical issues. We'll go to Eric.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Can you
Thank
hear me
you.
now?
Yes.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, so David Preston, I'm a resident of Imperial Beach. Good evening, Mayor Medina, and good evening, council members. I hope you're all having a productive week. I have to agree also about the bodyboarding contest. It was awesome. It was a great turnout. Love that Imperial Beach welcomed the bodyboarding community. And Councilmember Fisher, thank you for being a judge at the event too. Last council meeting, I brought to your attention the need for a new skate park currently located at the sports park. Mayor Medina, you asked your city manager to share any related information to the previous skate park project with me. I want to thank you for that. Your staff was able to bring me up to speed on everything related to the previous skate park project, and I received much insight and discovered that the residents support the idea for new skate park have some serious work to do. And so I fully understand that there are many things that have to happen before we even come close to breaking ground. One of the things we need to do is we need to convince the council members, the city council, that enough of the residents of Imperial Beach support the idea of building a new skate park. I'm confident, though, that we will be successful in doing this. Now, I understand that the residents closest to the current skate park seem to have the least amount of enthusiasm for the skate park. But I'm confident that any concerns that any residents have had in the past for the new skate park project can and will be resolved. Now, we're approaching a new year, and if there was ever a time to build a new skate park, Mayor Medina, council members, now is the time. I have 4 children, 2 sons, 2 daughters. Jedediah is 13, Abigail is 11, Liberty is 10, and Enoch is 7. They all love skateboarding, and they really, really want a new skate park that is inviting and safe and great for all levels. Not just my kids, but I promise you there are numerous other kids and families that have the same desire as I do. Now, I'm asking the council members to start really listening to the voice of the skateboard community. I highly recommend that you take time, at least once or twice, or maybe even more than that, to try to visit the current skate park. We need you there. Imperial Beach needs a safe and well-designated skate park. These past few months, I've been working closely with parents and businesses who support the new skate park project. I'm looking forward to the city council meetings opening back up to the public. There are many of us that can't wait to show our support for a new skate park. So thank you for this opportunity to speak and voice my thoughts on the skate park. And again, Mayor Dina, thank you for granting me insight into your previous skate park project.
Thanks, Mr. Preston.
The next speaker is Eric Siverson. Mr. Siverson, please unmute yourself and begin. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Eric Siverson, Imperial Beach native, current resident, unincorporated, San Diego County. To echo Mr. Preston, I don't think it's just a skate park that the city needs. I think the city needs to double down on all recreation programs, from basically birth to seniors. In fact, it should quit paying consultants and immediately dump everything into recreation. And unfortunately, Mr. Preston will be fighting for a skate park on the west side of town, which sees so much development that Mr. Leyva Gonzalez, you have to get a park, a micro park. There has to be a trade for your district. There just does. I mean, there's nothing on your side of town for anyone east of 13th Street. No one east of 13th Street, and 13th is such a barrier to cross for children, for adults, for anyone. I mean, just a green slip of something. Beyond that, I would like to echo my lack of support for the mayor as he continues on his self-serving lawsuit tour. Gas continues to increase as he continues to call for more lawsuits against ExxonMobil and more punishment for big oil. I've already emailed the city about methane. That was the biggest topic this morning from President Biden. So restaurant industry, agriculture industry, food industry. The city's revenue is based on ecotourism. The first way miles will be measured in vehicle miles traveled. The easiest way to measure it is airline flights. It could be done right now via computer. That tax could be executed right now. That will punish ecotourism. The fact that ecotourism and a lawsuit against big oil are paired is so incompatible if we're truly concerned about sea level rise. It is so incompatible that I cannot believe the city has supported this, and I do not believe the majority of the city supports a lawsuit of either the federal government concerning sewage or big oil. It's been asked why I speak so vehemently against the mayor is because so many of our community cannot speak out loud. If you are a member of the military, you may not speak. If you are GS services, you may not speak out loud. Customs and Border Protection may not make public comment. City employees may not make public comment. IB Little League shouldn't make a public comment because they'll be punished. That's the reality of the town. Most of the town can't speak because the government forbids them from public. You do not represent a majority of the town when you sue big oil and then travel the world. You just don't. Build Mr. Preston a skate park, build Mr. Leyva Gonzalez a park east of 13th Street on your old street of Hemlock, sir, and lead the city instead of litigating the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siverson.
The next speaker is Carlos Alessandrini. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Please unmute yourself and begin. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Carlos Alessandrini. I am welcome to be here. Really appreciate it. Council members, Search Dina, and city staff. Right now, I am currently employed by Suncoast Market Co-op, and we are currently conducting focus groups with the community with the idea to hear the population on different topics from their interests in the community as far as what is it that they're interested in the different products being offered to the community. Right now, I wanted to voice my opinions in the case that there's anyone who might be interested in joining our focus groups. This opportunity to voice the design and offerings of South County's first cooperative grocery store. We're looking to connect with community groups such as churches, preschools, parent groups, seniors, and others to have an informal conversation about what they want and need. We especially want to connect with our underserved and low moderate income neighborhoods in and near Imperial Beach. We'd like to provide food and incentives for everyone that participates in a focus group. I will provide with my contact information, email, and telephone number. We're also available to do presentations, attend community events, and offer workshops and cooking demos on healthy eating. Myself and Rosa Maria Barrientos are health educators and very committed in this project with the community. I appreciate your time and attention. Great afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Vivian Marquez Waller. You have 3 minutes. Please identify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members and Mayor, I thought it was rather ironic this morning when I heard that Exxon today announced that they expect global warming and sea level rise to affect many of their installations. Such a shame. But what I'm really have my hand raised for is to thank the Coast Guard. They are doing an incredible job with picking up the oil tar globs on our beaches. I've been spending a lot of time documenting them from Dog Beach in Coronado to the Tijuana River. And there is an app where you can photograph and send and GPS any sightings. And they've been on it like you can't believe. Also, just last Monday, a lot of people think our beaches aren't getting many, but it's not that they're not getting them, they're getting cleaned up. Monday, my husband and I pointed out to the lifeguards a glob that was the size of a dinner plate, excuse me. And lifeguards contacted the appropriate people, and the next day they were gone. And that was not just one tar ball, that was the largest one we saw, but there were hundreds. So I just really want to let everybody know it's not that we're not being affected, it's that they're getting cleaned up, and hopefully that will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vivian, for all your work on that and keeping us alert about that. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I do not see any other raised hands, but I do have a couple of written comments. The first one is from Josie Hamada, and she says, "Good evening, Mayor Dedina, City Council members, and Mr. Hall. My name is Josie Hamada, and I'm the Veterans Affairs Chair for the Imperial Beach Women's Club. Tonight, I wish to report on our project, Christmas Cards to Our Troops, has returned in absence of the 2 years we have all been under the COVID-19 condition. With the support of IB staff, women club members, and community, we will be able to deliver 1,300 signed Christmas cards and 250 unsigned Christmas cards to the USO so they can deliver them to our troops. We can't thank enough the citizens of Imperial Beach who took time to sign a card. It's our hope next year we can return to our usual event when the VFW, American Legion, and the fleet can come together to honor and celebrate our veterans. Background history on this event for those who don't know: after Mayor Dedina got elected under the direction of former staff, Mr. Dean, we were able to gather the 3 veterans organizations and support services to begin this project, and the Women's Club supported by hosting the Christmas Cards to Our Troops booth. Let's continue this event coming together to thank our servicemen and women. Sincerely, Josie Hamada."
Maybe, Mr. Hall, we could just follow up and see if there's any way the city can support that initiative via social media. I'm not sure how that could work, but just see if there's a way to coordinate it. We have so few events to do. So anyway, thank you.
And the final written comment is from John Griffin Attil. And he says, "My name is John Griffin Attil. I'm a resident of the city of Imperial Beach and serve as the executive director of the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center at 455 Palm Avenue. This Saturday, November 6th, there will be a homeless resource fair at our center. This will take place during our weekly shower program that happens from 7 to 9 a.m. The community pop-up event is created by our district attorney's office. It is an event I have advocated for and believed we have needed, especially in the South Bay. In particular, in Imperial Beach, where resources to those experiencing homelessness are seriously lacking. Moving out of homelessness is a daunting task. Often those trying are given phone numbers to call. Unfortunately, far too often, those numbers no longer work or messages are left and calls never returned. It is a story we hear. It is always best to have ways to directly connect clients with resources face-to-face. And that is what we are doing. Highly significant at this event, there will be homeless court. Attorneys and a judge will be present. Often those living on the streets accumulate tickets and with fines they cannot repay. And with these on their record, it makes getting jobs and even housing difficult, if not impossible. The homeless court process works to clear those records, giving people a fresh start, a renewed opportunity to get up on their own feet. For some time, I argued that we needed this program in the South Bay. It is a successful program, but has only been available downtown San Diego until this Saturday. I am pleased the district attorney has heard this concern and has made this possible. Also, at the resource fair will be agencies helping connect those living at the streets with DMV services, other locations for showers, food, detox, and substance abuse treatment, and public services as found through Health and Human Service agencies. The Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center is committed to end homelessness, but this is not a simple or quick endeavor. There is no one program that can fix this problem. It requires patience and determination, requires creativity and the courage not to give up when efforts seem to fail, and it requires the efforts of us all. I am thankful to District Attorney Summer Stephan. She will be present this Saturday at the event. I am thankful to the District Attorney's staff who have worked with the Neighborhood Center, other agencies to pull this together. An event that will pop up here this Saturday, but then will happen around the South Bay. I am thankful to our Lieutenant Juan Marquez for his participation, and in general, I am grateful to Andy Hall, the mayor, and the City Council for their support. Homelessness is a difficult, frustrating issue, but working together, taking steps, sometimes even small steps, but always remaining determined. We will end homelessness in Imperial Beach. That's my goal. And actually, that's the end of his message.
Great, thank you. Are there additional comments?
No, Mr. Mayor, that is the final comment.
Great, I'm just closing officially the public comment period, and now Mr. Hall has an announcement.
Mayor and Council, we'd be seeking a motion to continue the presentation item number 1, which is a Draw My California Community Online Mapping Tool. The presenter tonight got called into a last-minute meeting, so if we could get a motion to continue that to a date uncertain, or you could just remove it from the agenda. So
we're moving that to the great, and with that, we'll move on to, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve consent calendar items numbers 1 through 8. Motion?
So move.
Second.
City Clerk Kelly will now take an oral roll call vote. Did you hear that? Want me to do it again?
No, we're good.
Okay, all right. I didn't have the mic on.
There has been a motion by Spriggs with a second by Fisher to approve consent calendar item numbers 1 through 8. Councilwoman Aguirre, how do you vote?
Aguirre, yes.
Councilmember Fisher, how do you vote?
Fisher, yes.
Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez, we're approving consent calendar items 1 through 8. How do you vote?
Leyva Gonzalez, yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Mayor Dedina, how do you vote?
Yes, and just to note for the record, I didn't ask if there are any public, just because of the way the script is written, I didn't ask for any public comments. So is there any public comment after you count the vote?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor, there is one public comment. Do you want me to read it first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys.
I apologize. This message is from Carol Tenenbaum, a resident of Imperial Beach, and she says regarding item number relating to CDBG, fiscal year 23 pedestrian access project. This project would address identified pedestrian access ramps in need of reconstruction as required by the U.S. Department of Justice, Americans with Disability Act. Standards for acceptable design. The project will provide ADA access improvement to the city's pedestrian access ramps on Grove Avenue between East Lane and Connecticut, as well as design of future ADA ramps to be done with these same types of funds. The sidewalk break for the alley that runs between California and Loudoun on the north side of Grove has an ADA ramp on only the south side. That means that anyone needing such a ramp to safely cross the alley and continue their walk/ride would be stopped at this point. I would like to request that the other side of that sidewalk alley break be included in the proposal. This would require an amendment to the highlighted above fiscal year 23 pedestrian access project, pedestrian access ramps on Grove Avenue between California Street and Connecticut. Thank you for considering my amendment request.
Are there any other people calling in at all? Or?
There is one raised hand, and it's Eric Siverson. Mr. Siverson, please unmute yourself and begin. You have 3 minutes. Oh, he disappeared. Oh, Mr. Siverson? Mr. Siverson, go
I
ahead.
apologize, it did not come on right away. My name is Eric Siverson, current resident of unincorporated San Diego County. This is an update on consent item number 4, emergency declaration of transboundary flows. In October, the main gauge of the Tijuana River recorded almost 3/4 of an inch of rain over 2 rainstorms. The functional side of PV-SELA, a pump station, and the actual agency PV-SELA have functioned amazingly well over the last month. With the last storm, it took less than 48 hours to turn PV-SELA off, to bring it back online, and to end the flow. And there currently is no Tijuana River on the U.S. side of the border. That diversion infrastructure invested in 2019 and 2020 is working better than anyone could have anticipated. And currently, all of the infrastructure on the Mexican side that caused the issue for this city to sue in 2017 has either been upgraded, will be upgraded, or is currently exceeds what it did in 2017. Current pump station at PV-SELA has a capacity of 330 million gallons a day, which exceeds the treatment permitted capacity of the U.S. treatment plant by 5 million gallons a day. There are now 2 intakes as opposed to 1. There are 2 earthenwares protecting us. In addition, IBWC now has mobile capacity with cement containers for hazmat, mobile pumping capacity, Vector trucks, pumps, you name it. We can address dry weather transboundary flows. And in fact, we have stopped dry weather transboundary flows, because I imagine why your lawsuit is not in effect right now. With all this said, we are waiting on $300 million of, I honestly do not know what, and we are cleaning nothing. An oil glob the size of a plate was reported to the entire world. But an October 15th Canyon K transboundary flow that smelled like a pure sewer across Monument Road, with no one giving a damn. A damn. The county has turned out thousands to pick up little tar balls, which the county of Santa Barbara has dealt with for 100 years. It amazes me. It absolutely amazes me. So tomorrow I will ask the IBWC to take control of all of the valley and clean it, since none of you will. And then on the 8th, I will ask the EPA to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siverson, for that update. Any other public comment?
Mr. Mayor, that was the final public comment. I was advised by the city attorney that we need to take a new vote on the consent calendar.
Thanks.
So there was a motion by Spriggs with a second by Fisher,
right,
to approve consent calendar items 1 through 8. Councilwoman Aguirre, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Leyva Gonzalez, yes.
Councilmember Fisher, how do you vote?
Fisher, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, how do you vote?
Spriggs, yes.
And Mayor Dedina, how do you vote?
Dedina, aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Great, thank you. And just to make sure we're clear, the public comment period is closed on that, since we're moving on. Now we're going to go on to what was item 2, but now item number 1, consideration of resolution 2021-73 allocating American Rescue Plan Act funding received by the City of Imperial Beach for various purposes and other related items. City Manager Hall will give the report on the item. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, wow, sounds a little bit different than it does on normal meetings. Sorry about that. Mayor and Council, it's great to be before you to talk to you about the American Rescue Plan Act, which is better known as ARPA, and to provide you with some refined numbers from the last time we met and talked about our mitigation plan. So I'll move right into that. And this is, by the way, Resolution 2021-73. So one of the things that has been asked is just exactly what is ARPA, or the American Rescue Plan Act. You can see on your screen there. It addresses a lot of things and a lot of different entities and a lot of different places in the United States. But the one area that we're concerned about tonight is that there was $350 billion given to state and local governments to aid in the recovery from the pandemic. So that's kind of the section of the stratosphere, if you will, that we will be talking about tonight. And as part of that, $65 billion was given to municipalities. And in Imperial Beach, that means that through the formula, which was based on population, that Imperial Beach will receive $6.5 million, 6.564231 to be accurate, but about $6.5 million for us to provide relief in the city of Imperial Beach. And so what the Department of Treasury came up with some guidelines, and they are just guidelines, and there's a lot of deference given to city council members about how to use this money to benefit the community. But they do want to make sure that it supports public health expenditures, address negative economic impacts caused by the health emergency, replace lost public sector revenue, and provide premium pay for essential workers and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So that was some of at least the rough guidance that was given to city council members about how to spend ARPA funding. But our city council, in your mitigation plan, you also identified some guiding principles for our community that were also, by the way, suggested not only by the state of California, but the Department of Treasury as we look to ARPA. And that's to avoid the creation of reoccurring expenditures. Remember, this is one-time funding. The federal government has made it clear this isn't going to continue to come. This was one act, and so they would like us to avoid the creation of reoccurring expenditures. The City Council would like us to concentrate on providing long-term community benefits, and that was because we think that the impacts from COVID are going to last far into the future. They aren't going to go away in the next few months. This has disrupted our lives as we know it, and this is going to be a long-term recovery, so we want to make sure that we're doing things that benefit the community long-term. We want to invest in critical infrastructure and facilities for our community and make sure that we are spending the money wisely, and then enhance the financial stability and covers temporary shortfalls in our community, which in our case, we could have recovered up to $9 million just for lost revenue, and we were only given $6.5 million. So we could have recovered it all as lost revenue. But the City Council made it clear that they want to identify things that are in the spirit of ARPA and try to do things that will help us live through this pandemic. So this is the proposed budget. I'll probably come back to this slide because I'd rather kind of go through the slides and talk about these different programs that we've talked about. But I think I wanted to let you know that some of these numbers are, and I talked to the City Council in detail in their briefings about which numbers are solid and which ones still are a little bit of an estimate. But I want to come back to this slide in a little bit, and rather than go through that slide, go through some of the details. So the first one on that slide, of course, was our essential workers in Imperial Beach. There were a lot, and I do commend, by the way, the mayor and council put together the mayor's task force immediately. I think the same day that we declared an emergency. And so I know that the mayor and council spent a lot of time too. A lot of evenings. I attended some of those meetings, not all of them. I think you had as many meetings as we did. But the pandemic was unique. We started working 7 days a week, and we started early and we ended late, and you guys did it as well. But the city council saw fit to make sure that our essential workers received some essential pay for that. That was allowed under ARPA. And our stipends range anywhere from $450 to up to $5,000 for those essential workers. And they have expressed their gratitude to us, and I would pass that on to you, that our essential workers are very pleased with that. One of the other items that the City Council is looking at is ventilation in our community buildings. And so the City Hall will be receiving upgrades to its HVAC. The HVAC systems here are pretty dated. Just for the public's interest, we do in this room actually have some HEPA filters in this room because we knew this was one of the first places we'd want to start having public meetings again. But in the rest of the building, our HVAC does need to be updated. That number, the first number, this number is a completed number, so that one is accurate. This number 2, we now have a contract that they will replace the HVAC in our building in the buildings here at City Hall. I believe that there are 5 units for $150,000. I believe in our last estimate that was $175,000, so that came down a little bit. So I just want to let council members know that's a pretty accurate number there. So we had some objectives and outcomes. Of course, the safer buildings, better air filtration, more efficient, energy efficient. That's going to be one of the positives that comes from replacing our HVAC, and then to protect visitors and employees. And again, the outcome of that is that we will replace the HVAC in this building. So the next one I wanted to talk to you about was 170 Palm. I know that the City Council knows that we received that as a deferred maintenance building from the Sweetwater District. They were no longer using it for adult education, and so they gave that back to the city for municipal uses. Right now, the building is not in great condition, but we have some great plans for that. As you can see, these are just some pictures of the inside. You can see the picture on the left there. There's been a lot of leaking in the building. These pictures are actually being quite nice. If you've had a chance to tour the building, it's not in good condition. We've got some work to do, and that's okay. But it's going to be a great facility for our community. Our new recreation director, Shannon Bullock, has some great plans for some of the things that we'll be able to do in that building, some of the things we have not been able to do in Imperial Beach, and make sure that we do some of the less sports-minded recreation and some of the more enrichment-minded recreation in our community, and make sure that kids that don't play football or soccer or baseball have an opportunity to learn different, maybe the arts or maybe some of those things in our community, or maybe the martial arts. But there'll also be some room for, as you can see there in the bottom picture, for adults, so maybe some exercise classes for adults. And so we want to make sure that we have that happening in that facility. As you know, our Senior Citizen Center is also limited in its capacity, both size-wise and some of the things that are currently in that building. We do believe at 170 Palm we can expand our senior programs and provide fitness programs and some of those things in 170 Palm, and that's pretty great. We also need to make sure to remember the support groups. Some of the support groups that we have in our community have been bounced around. They met in the library for a while and they haven't been able to do that. They used to meet in our community room. But anyway, they've been bounced around a little bit. We do need a space to support those community groups. They do a lot of good in our community. And there are, believe me, coming out of COVID, we're going to need some of this support. People are going to need each other as they start getting together again. There's also some things that we want to make sure that we address, like healthy eating classes and maybe art classes. The picture there on the left is a computer class. Some of the things that the Adult Education Center was providing that's no longer being provided in our community, we want to make sure that our residents have that opportunity. And this is really weird. I'm really happy about this presentation, but it's really weird to hear your voice from behind you. So I'm trying to smile, but I'm trying to concentrate too, because it's weird to talk to yourself and hear that. But anyway, but we also need some conference space in our community. We don't have any place where we can have meaningful education classes like this if we wanted to have 15 or 20 people. We have the Dempsey Center, but remember the Dempsey Center is actually a working public safety center. And so right now we kind of invade on what is actually lifeguard services. It'd be great if we had some place for some conferences. We have some great ideas. It can be really nice if you have been in the Adult Education Center, you can picture the hallway. And you can picture it being more open and have some conference spaces and some meeting spaces that can be much like the multi-purpose room that we have in the library right now. And it gets heavily used. And I think that we can augment that with 170 Palm. So again, the objective is to create a community center that will serve the entire community. And you can see some of the things that we're trying to do there with this program. And then, hopefully the outcome is a completely repurposed and outdated facility for use by all residents in the community. We want to make sure young and old, fat and skinny, and everybody has an opportunity to use that facility, because it's a great facility. The outside structure, the skeletal structure of that building is still really solid, but it does have some work that we need to get done on it. So one of the other things that we wanted to talk about, and this is where we'll be looking for some input from the City Council, because there have been some proposals submitted for your consideration, and so it'll be interesting and important to get your feedback on how we help businesses and households in our community. The City Council directed us to include $1 million for that. We have upped that a little bit. We had, like I said, some savings on the HVAC here and whatnot. And so any savings that we can find, we think that this is the right place to put it, because there's been some great things submitted for your consideration. The first of those is the Imperial Beach Assistance Program. And you can see here, I put up some examples that we've been having in our community that are some of the gaps between other funding that's been provided by either the federal government or the county. Things like rent assistance or utility assistance has been offered by the county. They still have some funding for that. But there are some things that don't fit into those programs. For example, you see the picture there on the left. We had a resident who has been impacted by COVID. They lost their job, but they have a sewer lateral that isn't working properly. And yet so you can't really live in a home without a working sewer system, but yet they don't have the money necessary because they've lost their job to be able to upgrade their sewer lateral. So this program could be very helpful that's about an $8,000 fix. So this program can be very helpful in people who, again, those gaps that fall between the other kinds of funding, we can make sure that people can get this work done.
And I just wanted to thank you when I got that email from the person's son.
Yeah.
That, you got back to them after I connected you to them right away, and so did our staff. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You bet. And you can see there in the center picture, some of our businesses are now trying to get up and going again after COVID, but they've got things like ADA requirements that they've got to fix. And that's not cheap. Anytime you're working with ADA, it's very expensive. Maybe some weatherization. Maybe we have some senior citizens, as you can see here, the picture on the right, or that maybe need some weatherization in their homes. Well, not all of those programs are covered by ARPA, so we want to make sure that we are providing some of those. Now, what I'm going to ask the City Council is, I know that we have Tony Rolfe, who is our advocate, as well as Tyler, the Director of Community Development, working on this project. And because we don't know exactly what's going to come up, these situations are happening. They're COVID related. And so we want to make sure that we are addressing those, but there's no way that we can guess the kinds of things that are going to happen. And so we've created and I'll go to that and come back. So this was suggested, this was the city of Austin. And they came up with, kind of the similar thing we did. We don't know what's going to come up, but we're going to need some help. And so if you go down and look at some of the details there, they put some eligibility requirements in there. And we're going to develop some of those very quickly for our community. Things like you must be a resident of Austin. Well, in our case, resident of Imperial Beach. We can set things like you need to be below the poverty line in order to apply for this assistance. Over 18 years of age. Or perhaps you need to demonstrate that you've been impacted by COVID. We are right now working on some of these eligibility requirements. So again, I appreciate Councilwoman Aguirre passing this on. This was a really good example, and we'll set some of these priorities for our programs as well. So let me go back. Sorry, I have these out of order a little bit. I should have put it right there. But we don't know with this city assistance program exactly what will come up, but we do want to address the things that are happening in our community. So just want to kind of leave it at that. There was a proposal submitted by the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center to expand the food pantry. I think all of you have had an opportunity to either see or even participate in some of the food delivery that has happened with the neighborhood neighborhood center in their food drives. And it's been impressive to watch. In fact, I know that a group of employees, we went over there one time and contributed to the food center, and it was impressive. He walked us through it. And then I think we also had some Super Bowl drive that we actually won, but somehow I was the one who got wet. But I know that the staff actually won that, but we took a one for the team.
Wait, just want to make sure that's a partnership project with UCSD Public Health. That's what I read in the staff report.
Yeah,
okay.
There's a lot of really good things happening here at the neighborhood center. And so just so, in tonight's presentation, I can't go into all the details, but there was about a 20-page application form that he sent with a very detailed budget. And basically, the goal is to lessen food insecurity and provide daily necessities for COVID-impacted residents. And he is going to target Imperial Beach residents. And so he's requesting a contribution of $76,600 to augment that. And so we would like some feedback from the City Council if they think that that is consistent. Again, as the city manager, I'd recommend that's a great program and pretty consistent with what we're trying to accomplish with ARPA. Another one is the Suncoast Market. They are looking for support. They have been a big part of our community. As you know, they have participated in a lot of our events. They have come out and supported a lot of the things that the city has been doing. One of the things that we want to clarify is that it is challenging for cities to give operational money to any business. That's not what cities typically do. But we do participate in helping businesses get off the ground and help them get a start in the community. And so what the Suncoast Market has committed is that none of this funding would be used for operational functions. Instead, they too submitted a very detailed application that includes a budget that would allow the design and construction of business space in Imperial Beach. Now, the positive of that is whether that business succeeds or doesn't succeed, we have improved space. That's important. We're trying to improve the community whether or not Suncoast Co-op Market succeeds. And that's why this is appropriate. Provide household assistance through quarterly food distributions. And then provide technical business planning assistance. And then they would like to mitigate some lost opportunities that they had because they were trying to get a co-op open during the middle of COVID. And of course, had some impacts with that. And then they have indicated that they plan to provide approximately 40 new jobs in our community. Well, staff has some additional recommendations on this one that they would like the City Council to consider should you choose to fund this, this request. And that would be to the extent possible allowed by law. And we're still looking into exactly what that is, but to the extent allowed by law, we would like that the employees should be Imperial Beach residents. Again, what we're trying to do here is recover our economy. That's what Arpa was all about, help Imperial Beach recover from the impacts of the pandemic. So I'll work with Jennifer, and we would like to, and as this money is distributed, to try and make sure as many of the employees as possible be Imperial Beach residents. Second, we would prefer and we would suggest that the funding be on a reimbursement basis, because one of the things we don't want to do at the end of this is say, wait a minute, the council said they gave you money for these things, but you spent it on that. Well, if we are doing this on a reimbursement basis, we will know that the money is being spent the way that the City Council anticipated. So those are a couple of suggestions that staff would have on this particular request. The next request that came in was from I Love to Glean San Diego, and this would be for a South County hub of I Love to Glean. And they are requesting $48,900. That funding would provide 3 months of part-time labor, food purchases, warehousing, some business automation that would get the food out quicker, and then some emphasis on and have an emphasis on Imperial Beach. So similar to the previous request, I think staff would have similar recommendations that to the extent possible, that those part-time labor, they be our employees to the, not our employees, but our residents to the extent possible. Imperial Beach, as you know, I think in the last census, if you have a job and you work in Imperial Beach, 91% of you leave our community to go to work. There's very few jobs in our community, so the more jobs we can provide right here do any number of good. Helps our residents, helps the air quality, whatever it is, whatever we can do to promote these new jobs being our residents, I think is very positive. We would like it to be there to be an Imperial Beach location if possible. Now that can be a challenge in Imperial Beach. We don't have a lot of vacant buildings, and we don't even have an industrial zone in our building. But if possible, if they can find some storage and some ways to do this here in town, we'd like to see that happen. And then similar to the previous request, we would ask that funding be on a reimbursement basis to make sure, again, that the benefit is what the City Council was anticipating. So, and then I talked a little bit about this. We already have an application that we have put together. We are augmenting that to include some of these eligibility requirements. And Tony and Tyler, wow, kind of sounds like an 80s rock band of some sort, right? But Tony and Tyler are working on that, and we will be sure to run that by the City Council, at least in memo form, in some sort of an email or something before we distribute any of this funding. The next one are the community signs, and I know that the City Council wants us to move forward on these community signs. This is a hard number also. This is a number that now we have an estimate for, so each one of the signs is about $65,000. The signs on top are kind of similar to the sign we'd be looking at, but the sign that we actually have an estimate on is the one on the lower left. Unfortunately, it wasn't. It was just put in at the new San Diego Shell over on, I don't know what island that is, wherever the Shell is.
Harbor.
Embarcadero.
Embarcadero
Island? Oh, okay.
Embarcadero, you're right.
Wherever the Shell is there, but that's here. So and so that's a local vendor here, and so we can see something like that happen here. The two locations, again, we're open to both community and City Council input. The locations that we have selected or proposed are where the two banners are now. That's where people are used to looking for their information. So the banners that we have right here in Veterans Park and the banners that we have on the Bicentennial Triangle. That's where we have the banners now. That's when people are used to looking for their information. But you can see here the information. I'd like the one on the top left there where, it's got coronavirus and what's happening and whatnot. But these are completely fully functional. We can make the words bigger. We can make them smaller. They can be pedestrian. They can be for cars. So they're quite advanced from some of the reader boards that you used to have. So we're looking forward to having those, and hopefully that's what the City Council was envisioning. If not, we can go back to the drawing board. Oh, there's the arrow. That one. That's the one. And again, the objective was to place signs where people can get the latest information. And again, the outcome would be the placement of 2 signs in those locations. And again, that's a fairly solid number. So one of the other things we talked about was refurbishment of the soccer field at Veterans Park. As you can see, it has been used a lot. It is a fantastic facility, not just for soccer. I know the Boys and Girls Club uses it a lot, and I know that Shannon has all kinds of big plans for it, for activities for kids of all ages, right? It's not just soccer. You can see in the upper right-hand corner there's actually some military competitions that you could have on a field like that. But when you use grass that much, it just wears down, and you can't use it that often. Where we would like to have one turf area that you can use every day, and it's not going to get worn down, and I think that that's important. Now, Shannon and Courtney have these daydreams. These two never stop thinking about stuff, right? So I thought I was just kind of getting used to pickleball. And then they started talking about this. To me, that looks like bull in the ring, like we used to play in football practice. But I guess you get in this circle and you throw a ball. It's like dodgeball until the last person's out of the ring. And I think Courtney just wants to get one of those balls and run over people. But one of the things they have is you remember down at Pier Plaza 4 or 5 years ago, we had that weightlifting competition, and they did all that damage to that grass because it's not really set up for that. On artificial turf, we could have one of those competitions, and we wouldn't have the damage that we had. So there's a lot of reasons why that.
So we're going to have a dodgeball league?
Apparently, you're going to have to talk to Shannon and Courtney. It's pretty crazy.
I was a 6th grade Harborview Elementary dodgeball champ, I think. In my own mind, I was really good at it. So I'm totally
I've seen
into
pictures of it. Your socks were up to your knees, and yeah, absolutely, I've seen pictures. So the objectives and the outcome, again, are to create a space for outdoor recreation for all kinds of different things, but we need a place that can take a lot of wear and tear and also lower the maintenance and water costs. And you can see the outcomes there. But we do have some additional staff recommendations that came from our previous conversation with the City Council, and that is that the programming on the field needs to be prioritized so that IB residents are, because we have a lot of people that have been coming from out of town to use that facility. We want to make sure that the programming focuses on our residents instead of outside residents. And then we need to, instead of waiting for it to be in disrepair like it is now, we need to prepare now for the next replacement of the field. They only last about 10 or 15 years. Even though the grass would wear out quicker, these do wear out. They do take wear and tear. So we need to not put ourselves in this position again in the future. So that would be a couple recommendations of staff. The council wanted us to make sure that we did some necessary infrastructure and repairs and improvements on the alleys and some of the needs on the eastern portion of the community. And so with this $400,000, the objectives were to be to ensure that residents have safe walking routes, lighting, accessibility, and other improvements. What we're proposing is that we finish all the design work to complete all of the alleys in the community, and that would be about $200,000. And then another $200,000 to spend on some of the infrastructure repairs and upgrades that are needed east of Florida Street. So kind of in that eastern portion of the community, go through and make sure that there aren't some gaps in sidewalks or uneven sidewalks, handicap ramps, some of that. Make sure that we're making sure that the people that don't have as much access to vehicles and whatnot, have safe walking routes, good lighting, some of those kinds of things. So we heard and we have included that. The recapture of expenses, again, we at one point had estimated that this would be $336,000. That has been reduced to $269,690. And part of that was because we were able to purchase some of that equipment in the existing budget, but the list hasn't changed. The number has changed as we have honed in on what is going to be necessary to accomplish those things. The other thing that was suggested, I guess, or recommended or decided by the City Council was that we would include funding to upgrade the facilities at the Senior Citizen Center, and I believe Councilman Spriggs made the motion with a lot of support from all of you to do that. So one of the things that we want to do is we want to expand the programming. We think that that's important, that we include some programming money, but we also want to make some physical improvements to the senior center. If any of you have been in there, the kitchen needs to be remodeled. This is not the plan yet, but the kitchen does need to be remodeled, and it needs to be something more like this than what's there. If you've been over there, what's there is not adequate. We also better get some pickleball. I'm tired of hearing about pickleball. I mean, look how happy that lady is now that we're talking about pickleball. She is pleased. But I got to take a break for a minute. So this is my 85-year-old mother playing pickleball. So even when you're 85 years old, and my dad was sitting at home watching Western movies, but my mom was out there playing pickleball with us. And that's the way my mom is. So they live in a little town much smaller than us. It's about 15,000 people. And they have 24 pickleball courts that are lit, and they are busy every night. And I actually talked to the city manager there. That has been, by the way, their number one tourist attraction. Is 24 pickleball courts. That has been their number. And they have a lot of tourist attractions there. But anyway, so shout out to my mom. I don't think she watches these things. I hope not. But she was out there and she was good. She did a good job. So again, we want to enhance the experience for our senior citizens. We want to make sure that they have deserved it. I think that we have overlooked our senior citizen center and the senior citizens in this community for way too long. And so I appreciated the suggestion of the City Council that we make some enhancements to our senior center.
Don't worry, they let us know that all the time.
Yeah, well, it's true. That's a true statement. So the last one I wanted to explain a little bit. As we got down the list, I know we want to update some of the facilities at the Imperial Beach Sports Park. But with the Arpa funding that we have, in order to accomplish those other things that are priorities for the City Council, we have $593,000 left. And so we're going to have to find $1.5 million from other sources. Staff is working hard at that. I think we have some potential funding that we'll be bringing forward in the next meeting or two for the City Council to consider. Because in order to do some of the things that we would like to get done, replacing the floor so that we can have some of those indoor sports in a safe way. And there was talk about maybe a tennis court. Again, our girls, shout out to Mar Vista girls, took district championship in tennis, and we don't even have a tennis court in our community. So we will be seeking, and I believe that we have found some funding sources so that we can accomplish this without impacting the general fund. That's our goal, and I think we'll be able to do that. So, and then you can see there what we're trying to do at the sports park is install a wooden floor. There's no HVAC in the building right now, so we need to get some heating and ventilation in that. There's heating, but it's forced air. There's no ventilation in the building or air conditioning. We certainly want to improve the lobby area, install that multi-use tennis and pickleball court. I want to make sure pickleball is mentioned several times tonight. It will save me a lot of headache later. And then Skatepark Improvements. We know that there's some of it that is in poor condition. A gentleman mentioned that earlier tonight, but there's a strip there. Whether or not you expand it, there's some area that's unfinished and not in good condition. And then improve that outdoor patio area for people to be able to use that for maybe family reunions or other gatherings. And so that's kind of the end of my presentation, Mayor. I put this slide up once before. I used to have this. I actually used to have a picture of this in my office, but it's true that government exists for one purpose, to make things better for all people. And that's what we're trying to do, is touch a little bit of everyone in this rare opportunity that we have as a community to have support from the federal government to reinvest in our community and help us deal with this pandemic. So, again, we look forward to the input from the City Council, and so we'll turn it back over to you.
Outstanding presentation. I want you to give workshops on how to give presentations to all the other agencies that I sit on boards of, because it was really well done. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It was my mom.
I
It
used
was
to
a
use
slide
this
of my
quote
mom.
today at the La Mesa Rotary Club when I talk about what we're doing at IB. So thank you. I think we have approximately 60 comments from the public. So I just want to throw it out to you. If we allowed 3 minutes, that'd be 3 hours. Could we do, anybody interested in a minute and a half or 2 minutes? That's still 2 hours. That's still 2 hours of public comments. A minute and a half. I think most people probably won't be 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think 1.5 is reasonable considering so many.
Yeah, we've never had this many. Maybe the most public comments I've had at a meeting since I was elected. I don't know, Ed, you may know about.
I think that's about as many as I've ever heard of. We don't have. Is that clock going to work for us, or are you going to have to shout out the times?
I have a
Clerk?
timer right here.
Okay, but we won't be able to see the time.
Correct.
You're the sole.
Yeah.
Okay, responsible person. And Mr. Mayor, we sometimes have the problem of people wanting to share time, combine times, and all that. What's our rule?
We have a lot of people from the same organizations, I think, calling in or writing comments. I think it's mostly comments. There's almost 40 comments, 39 comments. So I think people can get to the point, I would hope. But it's harder when they're not here to do that.
Yeah, I'd like to just add, Mayor, that I feel it's very important that we do give them the opportunity to chime in on this very important issue here. So I support the minute and a half for sure.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's consistent with what other agencies do. I realize that, we want to talk. Just to members of the public, just some feedback. Just get to the point. Let us know what you want. So anyway, all right, great. With that, we'll go with a minute and a half. And we have all these written comments as well with a part of the public record. So are we going to go with the public people calling in first? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And thanks to everybody who is calling in and showed interest in this issue. Thanks.
Okay, members of the public, if you are participating via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. You will have 1.5 minutes to speak. The first person is Rick Bates. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself, and state whether or not you're a resident of Imperial Beach. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Rick Bates. I am a resident of Imperial Beach. And first of all, I just really want to commend staff for all their hard work on updating this program and putting it together. City Manager Hall did a wonderful job. I agree. Looks amazing. The one critique I think I would offer, and I apologize if this was already kind of covered. I'm actually still working. I'm kind of toggling back and forth between this meeting and work. The one critique I think I would offer is that while I think it's great to give, I think it's the household and business component. Well, I think it's good to give homeowners money for repairs to their homes. I don't see any money in here specifically for our community members that may be at risk of losing their homes due to the pandemic, or perhaps maybe they've already lost their homes or are looking for a way to get back into housing. Actually, I think a fear that I might have is I think it's a legitimate fear, is that if we just give money to homeowners for home improvements and not provide some sort of a safety net for renters, that some landlords could take the Arpa money and potentially use it as an opportunity to evict their tenants, citing structural home improvement and repairs as a reason. So I would just like to request that some of this money just be set aside in the form of rental assistance for those who are at risk of being evicted, or maybe like a program for finding housing for those who have already been displaced because of the pandemic. And I know this is not an unreasonable request because there are other South Bay municipalities that have already set aside resources for similar
Mr.
programs.
Bates, sorry, your time is up.
That's fine.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lesford Duncan. Mr. Duncan, please unmute yourself and begin. You have 1.5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Les Duncan, Senior Director of Programs with Outdoor Outreach, partner with the City of Imperial Beach, and an organization that focuses on increasing equitable access to the outdoors to improve the health, mental health, and resilience of youth. Just wanted to really affirm the plan moving forward that really supports the development of the Parks and Rec Department, and also really affirm the selection of Shannon Bullock as a director of the City Parks and Rec Department, and just her visionary leadership, kind of first couple weeks on the job already, pursuing grant opportunities through the state to bring additional funding into Imperial Beach to make the outdoors more equitable for youth and families in the community. So, as one of the City Council's priority is really focusing on supporting the public health of communities, I ask that you really consider and prioritize the development of the Parks and Rec Department, and also allocations towards improving infrastructure that provides some of those long-term community benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. The next speaker is Sonia Diaz. Please unmute yourself and begin. You have 1.5 minutes. Thank you. Oh, she disappeared. Okay, the next speaker is Kim Rivero Free. Oh, I'm sorry. Kim, please unmute yourself and begin. You have 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Kim Frank. I'm an IB resident, and I would like to encourage the council to adopt the resolution to update the Arpa program. This package of community investments will address some very important immediate needs, such as addressing food insecurity through some of our wonderful local nonprofits, such as the IB Neighborhood Center Food Pantry and the I Live to Glean food recovery system. In addition, the proposed ARPA program will make important investments in long-term community benefits through projects such as renovating recreation facilities, senior center upgrades, and supporting one-time development costs to help establish a food cooperative in Imperial Beach. The city's support for the Suncoast project will benefit the whole community and have a huge impact on our food landscape by not only improving access to healthy and sustainable food, but also by providing education, 40 new jobs, discount programs for lower income residents, supporting local farms, and serving as an incubator that nurtures small emerging food businesses who will be able to sell their products alongside national brands. The city will also see a return on its investment through the projected $7 million that Suncoast will generate annually for the local economy, as well as through increased sales and property tax revenues. I'm looking forward to the positive impact that these investments will have on our community, and I hope that the council will approve the resolution. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Sonia Diaz. Sonia, please unmute yourself and begin. You have 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
I am so sorry. I was having technical difficulties. Hello, my name is Sonia Diaz. I am the Public Policy Manager for Outdoor Outreach. I just want to echo my colleagues, Mr. Duncan's comments about the importance of creating equitable access to the outdoors and that incredible power it has, that transformative power it has for youth and families. We support item 2, and as he explained, this funding will go toward critical repairs and improvements to our city's park infrastructure to expand these educational opportunities in community spaces. And these improvements will increase this equitable access to these spaces and provide a safe and healthy environment for our youth and their families to thrive over the long term. In fact, during our programs, during the COVID pandemic, 90% of our youth surveyed said that getting outdoors greatly helped them cope. So it's so important, especially during this time, that we make these investments. Thank you very much for your support. We urge you to support item 2. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, that is the final oral comment. We will now begin with written comments.
Great. Thank you very much. And thanks, everybody who called in. I appreciate it.
The first comment is from Lori Bragg, and she says, Dear Honorable Mayor and Council, I write to wholeheartedly support ARPA funding allocations for various purposes, which include improvements to 170 Palm Avenue, improvements to the Senior Center, and improvements to the Sports Park multi-use fields. Improving recreation opportunities for all age demographics in our community must remain a top priority. However, I cannot support the allocation to Suncoast Market, as there are several brick-and-mortar churches in our community that already help with food distribution to those in need. A contribution to their programs, many of whom work with Feeding San Diego, are already a tremendous success. Thank you for all your continued service and commitment to the residents of Imperial Beach. And again, that's Lori Bragg. The next message is from Robert Patton. And he says, Dear Mayor Dadina and honorable city council members, I have not been involved with the city council for almost a year now. After 8 years on the city council, I miss it and you all. I saw this item and I had to respond. I am writing to give my support on report number 2, Resolution 2021-23, allocating American Rescue Plan Act funding that was received by the city of Imperial Beach. No doubt you all could spend session after session debating, tweaking, transferring, tinkering, and soul searching, with results making some happy and some not. I imagine the time is of the essence and there are guidelines that must be followed. From what I see of this report, It is well balanced, hitting upon many important areas and well-deserving organizations. Let's face it, this is one and done funds. The people in Imperial Beach deserve the best. Let's give it to them. We'll place funds going to well throughout places. 170 Palm Avenue, the concept is great. This must be made into a reality. Any community would want this. It's overdue in ours. To serve so many people would be great. I would think there would be a number of jobs that would go along with this. It's time for this empty box to shine. Senior Center. There can't be any argument on this. Our seniors deserve a world-class facility. Until then, make the one they have into a destination where they know we value them. Sports Park, and then Suncoast and the Neighborhood Center. Again, that was Bobby Patton. The next message is from Deborah Benson, and she says, I am a resident of Imperial Beach. I support the approval of report number 2 in Council's agenda for the allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funding to those included in the proposed budget. More specific, the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center. The center helps folks with the greatest need in Imperial Beach. The money will create an improved food pantry that will reach more people in need. This budget is critical investment for our community. Please, council members, support the American Rescue Plan Act budget that will provide a grant to the IBNC. Thank you, Deborah Benson. The next message is from Bethany Case. And she says, Dear Mayor Dedina and Council, Chip and I would like to support the proposed American Rescue Plan Act funding resolution. We would be happy to see this investments made to benefit so many in IB and the surrounding areas. We certainly could use extra funds to help recover from damage done to our economy through the pandemic. We would especially support essential personnel cost offsets, repairs to the sports park and multi-user fields, and investments to the senior center and the property at 170 Palm. We believe that each of these projects benefits a great majority of the community. Thank you for your consideration, Stephen and Bethany Case. The next message is from Robert Miller, and he says, I am in favor of improvements to Sports Park in the amounts of $593,698. Total project, $2 million. It is my hope that the first money spent will be for a master plan for Sports Park. And then he also says that he's in favor of the City Council voting to adopt 2021-73, and he's particularly hopeful that funds will be allocated to the Suncoast Market Co-op in order to help with development costs. And again, that's Bob Miller, and he's a resident. The next message is from Andrew Maudlin, a resident, and he says, Dear Imperial Beach City Council representatives, I am writing today to endorse the proposed plan for the allocation of a portion of the Arpa funds to be used to support the city's Park and Recreation Department. In a small community like ours, an indoor multi-purpose activity space is hard to come by. The vacant building known as 170 Palm is an underutilized space with the potential to benefit nearly every single member of the community at some point. From low-cost meeting space for nonprofits to programming for seniors to endless options for classes for all ages, the space could truly be an asset to the whole town with the right investment. Additionally, we are fortunate to live somewhere with a climate that allows us to enjoy outdoor recreational activities most days of the year. For that reason, it is important that we maintain our facilities for the good of all participants. An investment to upgrade our existing facilities with this one-time funding presents an opportunity to create sustainable revenue through program fees that will provide continued maintenance for years to come. The next message is from Brooke Truesdale, and she says, Dear Imperial Beach City Council, during the pandemic, Suncoast Market volunteers provided critical food distribution to healthy, high-quality foods at a time when many were unable to source the products they needed. I will never forget the smiles on the faces of the volunteers despite the pouring rain as I collected my own produce box in the early months of 2020. I was thrilled to be getting such high-quality produce, and even more thrilled that through South Coast, I had an opportunity to purchase an additional box for a family in need. Even without a physical storefront or paid staff, Suncoast has managed to provide free, healthy cooking classes and all supplies of hundreds of families, as well as educational events for thousands of residents and members of neighboring communities. With this kind of passion for the community, I know that Suncoast will be the right partner to help the city support our residents' health and well-being. By now, we all know the benefits of a co-op to our community: access to healthy foods for all shoppers, programs to ensure access to fresh, high-quality nutrition, and education for lower-income community members, support for the local economy through 40 good jobs, keeping our dollars here at home, environmentally sustainable practices. It is for these reasons and many others too numerous to list that I encourage you to provide support to Suncoast Market through the Arpa funding to get us closer to opening the first co-op in South County, and also allow them to serve community in an even more impactful way for years to come. In gratitude, Brooke Truesdale. The next message is from Terry Garcia. And the message is, Dear Imperial Beach City Council, one definition of community is, quote, a feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals, end quote. And that's from Oxford Languages. My name is Terry Garcia, and I am a substitute teacher with Chula Vista and IB Elementary Schools. I am also a board member of the Suncoast Market Co-op. I am writing in support of updating and allocating the American Rescue Plan Act funds to various Imperial Beach entities. These investments will benefit thousands of IB residents, providing long-term benefits and help our community recover from the pandemic that has taken its toll on so many local residents and businesses. IB can come together as a community again because we share a vision of a better tomorrow in our beach town. Working together with the support and help from the city, Imperial Beach can thrive and not just survive with these funds. An original idea sprouting in Imperial Beach is a Suncoast Market Co-op. Funds in the ARPA would help pay for development costs in starting a brand new business here in IB. A locally sourced, member-owned, full-service grocery store will improve the lives of countless Imperial Beach and South Bay residents. A rad community vision. This is manifesting here in IB with over 750 owner members and growing. Please support the updating of the American Rescue Plan Act and the funding to Suncoast Market Co-op. Yours sincerely, Terry Garcia. The next message is from Nancy Dayton, and she says, I support improvements to 170 Palm Avenue, $2,681,622. I support senior citizen center improvements, $200,000. I support improvements to the Imperial Beach Sports Park, $593,698. I support improvements to the Imperial Beach multi-use fields, $752,413. I support Beach Neighborhood Center, Neighborhood Pantry, $76,000. I do not support Suncoast Market Co-op community support, for $500,000. Nancy Dayton, treasurer of the Imperial Beach Women's Club. The next message is from Alex Estrada with the Sweetwater Union High School District. And he says, Imperial Beach Mayor and Council, I am writing in support of your Parks and Recreation Department. I've had the pleasure to work with Shannon Bullock and Courtney Stevens in our partnership with the new Mar Vista High School pool. The city has outstanding representation with both of them and has made our partnership one that is easy to accomplish the work needed. I know they have great ideas to grow and improve programs offered for this Imperial Beach community. I look forward to growing our relationship with the city of Imperial Beach. Best regards, E. Alex Estrada. The next message is from Stephen and Bethany Case, residents of Imperial Beach. I read that one. I'm sorry.
Break this up.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
did.
2 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry.
But, Sunan,
okay,
why don't
sorry.
you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead? I can
One of
rest.
those things where I missed.
Okay. The next comment that we have is from Shirley Soth. It says, City Council
Wait,
members.
did you just miss the one from the couple? I thought you had a couple.
They'd already read it.
Okay, I'm writing it all down. Okay, sorry. Okay.
I am in support of allocating funds as requested by I Love to Glean South County Food Hub. I've been involved with helping Karen Clay distribute food to people in need for the past year. She works very hard and is dedicating dedicated to getting food from different businesses in order for it to be distributed instead of thrown in trash bins. When she had funding to work out of a warehouse, she was able to gather more food for distribution as she had the means to store and refrigerate as needed. When Karen lost her warehouse due to funds running out, the amount of food she is now able to distribute decreased. She still gathers food by using her own vehicle and works out of churches and other establishments that allow her to distribute food to assure people are fed. Karen has proven she has the connections and knowledge on how to get food and distribute it. By having a location to work out of, a small staff and delivery system, she will be able to provide many more times the amount of food she has in the past. Thank you for hearing me out, and I hope you approve funds to support I Love to Glean. The next one is from Charlene Amador. Well, actually, the signature says Lisa Martinez. It says, to whom it may concern, this is in regards to the outstanding job and effort that the organization I Love to Glean has provided the South County by providing much needed food and support to many families within the area. I've been a witness to see as many as 400 families that have benefited from the generosity and the hard work provided by this organization. In this very hard time, it has been very helpful to many in need and would be an asset to the community to see it continue. My sincere regards, Lisa Martinez. The next one is from Cynthia Fuller Quinones. I am writing in support of the I Love to Glean proposal to the City of Imperial Beach for funds to be used on the startup of a new warehouse/food hub in South County. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, I have served as a volunteer in support of I Love to Glean's efforts, together with other South County San Diego organizations, to safely distribute much-needed healthy food to individuals and families otherwise going without. These efforts have included but are not limited to the following. I Love to Glean's support of San Diego commercial fishermen's Fish to Families endeavor from July 2020 to January 2021, not only ensuring high-quality seafood availability to families on a weekly basis, but also benefiting the commercial fishing community and keeping chefs working at times of supply chain and normal business operation disruptions. I Love to Glean's receipt, aggregation, storage, and distribution of gleanings, plus other food donations, safely and efficiently from a wide variety of sources, working together with a number of South County churches and other nonprofits, adding the vital nourishment of fresh produce, dairy, and meat to otherwise mostly shelf-stable items, example, canned, boxed, and baked goods for their community members in need. With SB 1383 going into effect in January 2022, I Love to Glean is a tried and proven organization that I strongly believe merits City of Imperial Beach consideration and funding. Helping sustain and expand. Sorry, time's up on that one. The next one is from Karen Clay, and it says, my name is Karen Clay. I am a resident of Imperial Beach. I run a nonprofit called I Love to Glean, which is a food hub operating in the South San Diego region. We have received and distributed over 3.5 million pounds of edible food to our neighbors in San Diego County in the 18 months we have been in existence. Our mission is to grow the capacity for food recovery and redistribution to those in need, and have delivered over 125,000 pounds of nourishing food through our multiple partners in Imperial Beach. This funding will allow us to bring our first paid part-time staff members, get more food to IB residents, and gear up to support SB 1383 as it starts to roll out for organics, diversion, and food donations on January 1st, 2022. We fully support the budget for assistance to Imperial Beach households and businesses in the amount of $1,066,310, and feel that the investments in these items will greatly improve many of the long-term systemic issues that our community and residents face on a regular basis, such as food insecurity. We will create new local jobs, and residents and businesses will be able to get the health and safety improvements made to their properties through the City of Imperial Beach Sponsored Assistance Program. We have such a wonderful opportunity now to make positive changes in our daily lives through this funding, and I look forward to getting our projects implemented. Please let me know if you have any questions. The next one is from Maureen McNair. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I run a food pantry in Chula Vista every Saturday, which some Imperial Beach residents come to for our free food distribution. I am writing to ask you to fund the proposal before you tonight from I Love to Glean to start a new South County food warehouse. The proposal addresses several immediate community needs. I Love to Glean has submitted a proposal to the City of Imperial Beach for funds to be used on the startup of a new warehouse in South County, pay for part-time staff, and gear up for more food donations from stores with the start of SB 1383 going into effect in January 2022. These funds will help us bring larger quantities of healthy, nourishing food to those in need in Imperial Beach and South County, and at the same time reduce organics going to the landfill, thus reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Please read my comment at tonight's meeting. Thank you. The next one is from Eric Spann, Director of Nutrition Services, Sweetwater Union High School District. To whom it may concern, I am writing in support of Karen Clay's efforts on behalf of I Love to Glean. It is my understanding that Ms. Clay has applied for a grant to expand her outreach. As Director of Nutrition Services, I can attest to the hard work and support her organization has provided to the Imperial Beach community and others. I Love to Glean has helped provide boxes of food to our communities. In the short time she has been in business, she has provided space for organizations to pack food that directly supported our students. I believe in her concept and commitment of ensure that no food goes to waste and that needy families receive nourishment instead of filling up our waste stream. I appreciate the chance to comment on her behalf, and please let me know if you need anything further. Gratefully, Eric Spann. The next one is from Logan Mabe. Hello, my name is Logan Mabe. I serve as both the campus pastor of Ocean View Church, Chula Vista, and I'm also the director of church and volunteer engagement for Restoration 225. Our 225 is a nonprofit that serves families in the foster care system. This includes foster families, kinship families, and vulnerable families who have either been in the system or who are struggling and may find themselves in need of help. I have been privileged to work with Karen Clay and I Love to Glean for the past year, and it has been incredible. The amount of food provided for families in need has been tremendous, and I'm asking that you consider her proposal to continue to serve families in need and to expand her footprint in the South Bay. Her work ethic, collaborative leadership, and knowledge of food distribution is what makes her an incredible candidate. We live in an area that desperately needs the food and the service she provides. Thank you for your time, and please email me if you have any questions. Logan May. The next one is from, I don't know how to pronounce this. Looks like Geerty Grutenhuis. Sorry. That's probably totally wrong. To the City of Imperial Beach Council members, the San Diego Food System Alliance recently published our Food Vision 2030 report identifying goals for the region. One of our key objectives is to scale up food waste prevention, recovery, and recycling initiatives in order to cultivate a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable food system. This includes the need for leadership in the public sector to plan for, promote, and support food recovery programs. I Love to Glean has submitted a proposal to the City of Imperial Beach for Arpa funds to be used on the startup of a new warehouse in South County, pay for part-time staff, and gear up for more food donations from stores with the start of SB 1383 going into effect January 2022. These funds will help bring larger quantities of healthy, nourishing food to those in need in Imperial Beach and South County, at the same time reduce organics going to the landfill, thus reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The time for action on reducing food waste and food insecurity is now. It is our hope that the city will support I Love to Glean in launching this innovative model that will benefit the local community and environment. The next one is from Robin Abadi. Hello, my name is Robin Lynette. I am writing you about item number 2, 0390-88. I am a retired chef. I worked at Camp Surf, Imperial Beach for 12 years, and we always tried to give the children the healthiest food possible. I'm also a senior volunteer at the Sheriff's Department in Imperial Beach and a chaplain, and I volunteer at a drug rehab teen challenge. I'm also on the board of directors for Suncoast Market Co-op. I care so much about Imperial Beach that I'm writing you to ask for your help and funding for the co-op and for the community so we have an opportunity to have a healthy organic grocery store which will reach many, many, many people of all ethnicities. In the store itself, we'll be teaching people how to make healthy meals for their families and providing foods that they love. We will teach so many things to our community about good food, farming, and teach about the farms in San Diego. I feel it's a good way to bring our community together through the co-op grocery store, making new friends and helping one another out. Suncoast has been so awesome donating food to those in need, teaching kids how to cook with our farm boxes. It's been a great asset to the community. Next is from John Keating, IB resident. Good evening. I appreciate the City Council and staff listening to the many public comments made during the August 4th meeting about the benefits of Suncoast Market and responding by adjusting the ARPA budget to include $500,000 for Suncoast Market. We will all look back at this decision as a positive, crucial step in cultivating the food desert that exists in IB. Thank you for your leadership. The next email is from Mitch and Elizabeth McKay. It says, good evening. In regard to the recommendation for improvements to the Imperial Beach Sports Park, I agree it is important to have updated and safe facilities. However, if the sports park is not properly managed and supervised, it will not be safe. If the city truly wants an area for residents, youth, and elderly to engage in community activities, they need to ensure the sports park environment is a safe place where visitors will not be verbally and physically assaulted. Monies for appropriate staff should be included in this budget item. Respectfully, Elizabeth McKay. The next email is from Josie Hamada. It says, consideration of Resolution 2021-73, allocating American Rescue Plan Act funding by the City of Imperial Beach for various purposes and other related items, 039088. Good evening, Mayor Dedina, City Council members, and Mr. Hall. My name is Josie Hamada, and I'm a senior citizen, retired teacher, and a community member. Looking at the proposed budget, I commend the Imperial Beach City staff for an excellent work to provide equitable funding to the different projects proposed. This once-in-a-lifetime investment in our city of Imperial Beach for our senior center, Parks and Rec, and infrastructure will bring IB into the future. I totally support the funding as it stands in the projects listed in the budget. It's equitable and services the entire citizenship of the city of Imperial Beach. On a side note, I thank Mr. Rolfe from the Department of Housing for his outreach to the community to inform all citizens of the support for rental assistance for community and businesses. Next is John Griffin. It says, comment for report number 2 in agenda. My name is John Griffin Attil. I am a resident of Imperial Beach and serve as the executive director of the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center. I support the approval of report number 2 in today's agenda for the allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act funds as recommended. In receiving this grant, the work of the Neighborhood Center will be increased, allowing us to grow our efforts to help our neighbors in great need of food. We are working with a team from UCSD Medical School to create a new, larger food pantry. It will allow us to better serve our community by not only giving out food, but providing educational resources for healthier meals and pathways to healthier lifestyles. But the opportunity before you, the City Council, is greater still. The distribution of these funds, as outlined in the agenda, will have a far-reaching effect in our city. This is truly a historic moment for the Council. In this distribution of money to the various organizations, buildings, and parks in our city, it is guaranteed that every person's life in this city will be touched in some way. Everyone will feel the impact of the American Rescue Plan Act, and not for one single moment, but for months and years to come. I urge you to pass this allocation of funds as identified in the agenda, to be distributed to those identified, such as the Senior Citizen Center, Sports Park, the multi-use fields, the Palm Avenue Building, Suncoast Food Co-op, and the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center. Thank you. Next is Anna Webb. It says, I support passing this as outlined. I have 2 grandchildren here in IB, and I support the budget as proposed to boost our parks and recs. I look forward to the day when I can watch these young boys play ball and play sports at the sports park and other IB locations. And as a senior citizen, I look forward to having a facility with services that I can participate in. I see no need to modify this budget, and I am extremely happy that it will help my family and grandchildren in the future, as well as the health and wellness of the underserved supported by the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center. I am also so pleased that we will support a healthy community co-op in our city. I encourage all city council members to pass this and approve. Next is Ramon Hernandez. It says, good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff. I'm here to comment in support of agenda item number 2 under reports, consideration of resolution 2021-73, allocating American Rescue Plan Act funding received by the city of Imperial Beach for various purposes and other related items. The current COVID pandemic has created 3 different timelines: pre-COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID. When looking at public health issues, pre-COVID, residents of the city of Imperial Beach had a higher burden of disease compared to the county of San Diego in asthma, diabetes, overall hypertensive disease, coronary heart disease, and chronic lower respiratory disease. IB also had one of the higher rates of smoking among adults and increasing percentage of being overweight or obese. In addition, 18.9% of IB residents live under 100% FPL compared to 11.6% for county and 24.5% of children under age of 18 compared to 14.5% for county. Poor nutrition, poverty, access to healthy foods, and a lack of physical activity are cited as the primary causes of chronic disease burden. As we continue to respond to COVID, the Delta variant, and the ongoing and long-term impacts of COVID, these pre-existing health issues made many in our community, especially our elderly. Sorry, we're out of time on that one.
I don't think you got to the end. Dr. Hernandez is from UCSD Public Health.
I'm sorry?
Because you didn't read the signature, Dr. Hernandez is from UCSD Public Health. Maybe it wasn't on there.
It says Project Director, Hispanic Center of Excellence.
Okay, that's UCSD. Okay, thank you.
That's the last one that I have.
Mayor, I have a few more. The next message is from Courtney Beltiski. She is the Director of Advocacy and Strategic Partnership with the YMCA Community Support Services. And she says, to whom it may concern, the YMCA of San Diego County supports the appropriations from American Rescue Plan funding for various projects, including the investment in Parks and Recreation and Senior Center. As the greatest single investment in community and parks and recreation infrastructure in the history of Imperial Beach, we understand that this opportunity will be catalytic in the opportunities and positive experiences for children, youth, families, and seniors in the city of Imperial Beach. Thank you for your time and consideration. Kind regards, Courtney Baltiski. The next message is from Chris Curtis, to whom it concerns. My name is Chris Curtis, and I live in Imperial Beach. I support the approval of the Household and Business Assistance Project on this week's council agenda, as it supports IB Neighborhood Center. The center is very important to so many IB residents, and any help the city can give them so they may help others is a positive for the community. Please vote to pass this. Thank you, Chris Curtis. The next message is from Maxine Curtis, and she says, hello, my name is Maxine Curtis, and I am a longtime resident of Imperial Beach. I support the approval of the Household and Business Assistance item on this week's City Council agenda. I support the IB Neighborhood Center, and this item will help them help those in need in our community. Please vote yes. Sincerely, Maxine Curtis. The next message is from Lisa Curtis, and Lisa says, my name is Lisa Curtis. I am a resident of Imperial Beach. I support the approval of report number 2 in Council's agenda for the allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funding to those included in the proposed budget. In particular, the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center. The Neighborhood Center helps those in greatest need in our community. This money creates a new and improved food pantry, reaching more people in need. This budget, on the whole, is a critical investment in our entire community. I encourage the council to support the proposed American Rescue Plan Act budget that provides a grant to the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center. Thank you, Lisa Curtis. The next message is from Sandra Brilhart, a resident of Imperial Beach, and she says, "This is to express my support for the city's American Rescue Plan Act program. The proposed programs and services will not only help the most vulnerable among us recover from the impacts of the pandemic, but will also provide needed investments in the city resources and facilities that will benefit the entire community in the future. I am particularly glad to see the plan includes funding for the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center, I Love to Glean, and the Suncoast Food Co-op. These community assets do essential work to keep our neighbors healthy and were invaluable during the pandemic. Suncoast Food Co-op presents IB with a unique opportunity to provide healthy, affordable options in addition to other socioeconomic benefits such as local control of capital, local ownership, local hiring, and neighborhood revitalization, all of which will make a lasting impact on the health and resiliency of our community. Improvements to the Senior Center, Sports Park, and city-owned facilities and buildings provide another needed short in arm, pun intended, by ensuring safe public spaces for recreation and provision of government services. Though not part of this funding, the city could enhance these benefits even further by ensuring that its employees who work in those facilities are vaccinated or can show that they are not endangering others who utilize them. Okay, that's the time is up. The next message is from David Frink, and he says, "Hello, my name is David Frink. I support the current recommended allocation of ARPA funds, particularly the improvements of the building at 170 Palm for the use by the Parks and Recreation Department." The next message is from Claudia Wilson, and she says, "I strongly support the allocation of $200,000 for the Imperial Beach Senior Center." Claudia Wilson, Imperial Beach Senior. The next message is from Beverly Bowler. My name is Beverly A. Bowler. I am a resident of Imperial Beach, California. I support the approval of Report Number 2 in Council's agenda for the allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funding to those included in the proposed budget. In particular, the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center. The Neighborhood Center helps those in greatest need in our community. The money creates a new and improved food pantry, reaching more people in need. The budget on the whole is a critical investment in our entire community. I encourage the council to support the proposed American Rescue Plan Act budget that provides a grant to the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center. Thank you. Sincerely, Beverly Bowler. The next message is from Shirley Soth, resident of IB. And she says, "City Council members, I've lived in Imperial Beach for 12 years now. I do most of my shopping in the commissary, which provides very limited organic and natural food and no bulk options. I became involved with Suncoast Market Co-op because I believe in what a co-op stands for. Co-ops are local and regional anchors, promote economic growth through community investment, provide well-paid jobs, local sourcing, and return profits to the community. Even without a grocery store, Suncoast stepped up to assist the community in getting fresh produce to them without having to get out of their vehicle. Organizations have asked to partner with Suncoast in educating the community on better eating options. A focus on, quote, food for people, not for profit, end quote, will allow Suncoast to foster a more inclusive economy and greater well-being for the community. Without a full-service grocery store, Imperial Beach residents will always live in a food environment that is saturated with fast food, liquor, and expensive convenience stores. I support the proposed American Rescue Plan Act funding resolution for Suncoast Market Co-op. What better way for the city to make an investment that will benefit thousands of residents over many years? Shirley Soth. The next message is from Sybil Rogert, and she says, "I am in favor of the suggested allocations of the money from the resolution 2021-73, which allocates American Reserve Plan Act funding to 6 worthy projects. 1, the improvements to Palm at 170 Palm Avenue. When I first came to IB, I attended lots of adult school classes taking Spanish, typing, shorthand, sewing, cooking classes. If the same sort of classes could be offered, it would be great. 2, I have attended classes at the Senior Center. I have made many friends there and have improved my health and well-being and had fun. 3, the sports park was a favorite of mine for the yoga lessons I took there. I love to watch skateboarders too. My granddaughter attended classes there too. 4, the multi-use fields allow the neighborhood children to join teams and learn how to practice a sport and to get along with others. 5 and 6, the neighborhood center and the Suncoast Market Co-op, which both help families get much-needed healthy food, are 2 very worthy projects which do nothing but good for the community and for people of all ages. I am certainly in favor of these 6 projects and hope they will be started soon. They are diverse and include virtually anyone, old, young, and in between. What more could you ask for? The next message is from Marcy Wellens. And she says, I just wanted to say that I love the proposals put forth on the use of the American Rescue Plan Act funds. I've always seen Imperial Beach as a small town community that provides both neighbors and visitors alike with various venues that promote an awareness of how we function together. Having parks, community centers built on kindness and empathy toward the vulnerable and less fortunate, grocery stores that we participate in, and places where people can come together safely helps make that happen. It's encouraging to see that this plan addresses and defines big picture goals to keep moving forward while ensuring a balanced and healthy cash flow for the city. Thank you, Marcy Wellens. The next message is from Terry and Carol Tenenbaum, residents of Imperial Beach. We want to add our voices of support for the $500,000 proposed allocation to Suncoast Market. The amazing people who first conceptualized this co-op market have worked tirelessly in research and development, building a solid leadership group and an astounding number of local individuals and families who invested with confidence to become owners of Suncoast Market. Throughout the process of bringing the vision of Suncoast Market to its near reality, there remained a focus on the needs of the entire community. The leadership of Suncoast Market is a beautiful example of what makes Imperial Beach such a special place. Terry and Carol Tenenbaum. The next message is from Peggy Keating, and she says, good afternoon. Thank you for considering Suncoast Market Co-op for a portion of the Arpa funding. With your support, it shows that the council is committed to a stronger and healthier Imperial Beach and are confident in the economic impact and overall community support the co-op will provide. This co-op will only generate positive and great things for our community. Thank you for your support. Sincerely, Peggy Keating, and she's an IB resident. And I believe the last message is from Eric.
Is this the ninth inning?
It is.
Perfect, a lot of paper.
Okay. So this is the final comment related to this item, and it's from Erica Lowry, and she has a question. I would like to ask a question regarding the Suncoast Market. What council members own a share or more in support? Oh, I'm sorry. What council members own a share or more in Suncoast Co-op? And Mr. Mayor, that looks like the final comment.
I counted 45. Sorry, thank you, Sunem and City Clerk Kelly.
Mayor, I
counted 45 comments, so I just want to make sure I didn't miss any.
I wanted to make sure that you, Mr. Mayor, and the council members know that Karen Clay and Kim Frank are on, if you have questions for them. I did not see Pastor John, but he may be if you have questions for them.
Great. Well, we will go to council comments for their back to the old school system or new school, old school system. And I have Councilmember Spriggs on the line. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow, Council. What a privilege we have to have this opportunity to I mean, it really makes me emotional to meet so many community needs. And it's a gift, really, to this community. And we're privileged to be able to look at how it's allocated and listen to the public comment and listen to all the support for this. Yeah, a few nuances here. A few people had favorites, but the overwhelming support for approval of this is, you just can't miss that. I really want to commend our city staff, Andy and staff as well, for listening to us, reworking this, addressing some of the problems, technical and other problems that were in the original couple iterations of the proposal, and presenting us with what looks like a really, what do you call it, shovel-ready set of proposals for us to take action on. So I think we're just really blessed to have this opportunity tonight to move this forward for the community in these key areas. Would it be possible to, I wanted to revisit a couple of the issues that you raised, and you may have some of them that you want our guidance on or our thoughts on that you're still trying to work out. But I know that a couple of them involved the preference for IB residents as employees. I would just urge that we consider looking at this from an environmental standpoint. Employment that minimizes commuting time and probability of greenhouse gas emissions, et cetera, may be an alternative to saying IB residents. Just a thought. There was a lot of support for the Suncoast Market Co-op. Well, for everything, but that was called out a lot, and the I Love to Glean proposal. I'd like it if you could put those up one at a time. I don't want to take a lot of time, but I think really those are two that there were some questions about that I think we should just be clear on as we move forward. The others, like 170 and the sports park and the soccer field, I think are all really, really super straightforward because those are all city properties. So, neighborhood center. Do you see any technical or other issues that you feel need council comment on this one before we move to the others?
In all fairness, I'm a little bit more familiar with the neighborhood center and its activities than I am I Love to Glean or even the co-op because they haven't been in operations.
We won't spare you any.
I just want to make sure that this is, we don't have it listed correctly because it's a partnership with UCSD Public Health. I just want to make sure that in terms of what the grant that I read was.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And so I know that their focus has been on the city of Imperial Beach. They're located here in Imperial Beach. I don't think it's inconsistent with what ARPA was intended for. I think I stated earlier that, again, the city of Imperial Beach could, should you choose, accept all of the funding as revenue into the general fund. I've heard clearly from the city council members that it is your intention, though, to spend this money as is intended by the federal government, which is to try and invest in the community in ways that benefit the community that has been so impacted by this pandemic, and this would be one of those.
So this is specifically pantry improvements?
Correct. It's not for any other activities. And I apologize, the applications were quite lengthy, but yes, this is specifically for the food pantry.
Yeah. Okay, I don't really have any questions about that. I think that increases or improves a facility where a really respected entity is helping with that, and that'll have a long-term impact. I think one of the things that we want to look at, having worked as in two different grant-giving organizations, one being HUD and the other being USAID, is the sustainability of these one-time funds. Do they mesh with other resources and other sources of energy in terms of the volunteers, the people, the history, the commitment that are going to give them a boost and make them sustainable or more sustainably able to provide services to our community? And I think this is definitely one. Could you go to the next one? Okay. Now, I think you raised some questions about of what would be appropriate or not appropriate in terms of this support. Design and construction, you said this space, this support would enhance space that would benefit the community even if the co-op didn't use it. I think that's the gist of what you said.
Yeah, I think it's important when we're looking at the Suncoast request in particular, that if the city council chooses to fund this activity, we should make sure that what we're doing is something that improves the community, not benefits an individual business. So they are looking at taking a space that's currently vacant now, making some improvements to the parking lot. There'll be some ADA improvements, there'll be some facade improvements, and there'll be some interior improvements to make the building more functional, if you will. And the reason for that is if for some reason Suncoast does not succeed, we want to make sure that our investment is that we have a better building in our community. So think of it like we used to have our former redevelopment agency. And when we built 9th and Palm, for example, the shopping center where Grocery Outlet is located and whatnot, the city did participate in that through the redevelopment agency, but it was about building infrastructure, helping build the road. If you remember, it was a hole. We built it up so that it was at the road level. We helped with the storm drainage, some of the landscaping, some of those things to make the project feasible and make the project nice. We did not give any money to specific businesses. And I think we want to be careful about giving money to a specific business. But that project probably wouldn't have happened without the support of the redevelopment agency. It probably either would have remained vacant or continued to grow weeds, I guess, whatever was happening out there. But that's the kind of mindset I think, at least as a city manager, I'm trying to portray to the city council, is that the investment should be in the community, not in the business.
How much was that? That was like $5 million, or was it $13 million?
Probably closer to the 13.
And then we spent $6 or $7 million on the hotel on the beach. Is that right? I think Pierce South, that whole improvement was like $6 to $7 million, I think.
Correct. And what they did is they, again, repaid the city through their TOT.
There's a long history of spending money to,
That's what redevelopment agencies did.
So I think there's a little bit of a distinction here that's important. And I've divested my shares in Suncoast, so I'm no longer a shareholder, although I was one of the original supporters of Suncoast. So I'll say that for public disclosure purposes. It's a little bit different than a private for-profit business, even though it is a business, in that it is a co-op business. And there are somewhere between 300 and 500 co-op members in the city of Imperial Beach. This has huge, widespread community support. It has a charter and publicly stated purposes that are for public benefit, not private benefit. And so it's a hybrid kind of an entity between a for-profit business, like a grocery outlet, for example, and a nonprofit like Neighborhood Center. Right. So I'm inclined to strongly want to see them succeed, although I have no financial interest in that, because I think there's a community interest in a sustainable co-op that supports the community with healthy food, with employment, and that survives and makes it. And getting them off the ground, I think, is in addition to all the other things we're going to do for recreation and everything else tonight, I think helping this co-op get off the ground will be a major contribution worth the risk that it might not work. And I think that's what we have to think about. There are things that any investment, whether it's public investment by the public or private investment by a private investor, whatever, there's always a risk that it doesn't work. But if you don't take the risk, nothing happens. And I really think that we should now find a way to support this co-op to launch. For all the reasons so many members of the public have stated, et cetera. Now, I think that your idea to safeguard these public funds, these ARPA funds, by making them available on a reimbursable basis is good in theory, but I don't know that it works for an entity that doesn't have private sector business resources and reserves and ability to raise money by issuing debt or stock or whatever, so that they could then reimburse the city for these other costs. I just don't think that is going to necessarily help them launch. I think we need another way to provide that support, even if it's a little bit risky. And I'm not sure what that is. It may take more thought on the part of city staff as to how we do that. But I really think we should go forward in a way that allocates these funds that have been earmarked, the $500,000, to help the co-op get off the ground, and encourage them to find ways of supporting employment in Imperial Beach, and avoid the reimbursement, because that may just be a non-starter, where they've got to front those costs, and then they may not have the funds to front those costs.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that, and the way you eloquently described the difference between the co-op and a private business and a nonprofit. I know the city council has watched me grapple with this for many years, yes. And I've had challenges with this because, again, on the surface, I support everything they're doing, but I've been trying to make sure that we do it the right way. One of the things that you talked about is, instead of a reimbursement basis, one of the things we did talk about was perhaps the money be provided in tranches as they move forward, so that we can determine whether or not they are consistent with what the council wanted to see. So we could do it perhaps in that respect also. So you're right. There are any number of ways we could do this. Right.
Or they identify the cost, and we disperse to the vendor involved.
Correct.
Yes. Instead of the funds going through the co-op. I mean, we just need to be creative about ways that we can make this happen, or help them make it happen. There's a lot of people involved in this community that want to make this happen.
Now we'll take some discussion with them, and we will do that. Staff will engage with them about their ideas on how to do that.
And I'm sorry, council members, the last thing I wanted to ask you about is the name that I have trouble with, which is
I Love to Glean.
I Love to Glean. ILTG, as I've abbreviated it. Don't know much about them, but the public comment was extremely educational, and I appreciate everybody who commented on this organization and what they've done in such a short amount of time. I think my primary concern here, and this gets back to the sustainability question, supporting staff, which is a recurring expense, even if, for 3 months is fine, but I'm not sure whether we create something that isn't sustainable beyond that. And that's something I would leave to staff to work with them on.
And just as a reminder, she is on the phone if you had questions for her. Just should you have a question for her.
Okay, that's my question. How does staff support at this point enable you to sustainably employ someone on a part-time basis going forward beyond the 3-month period?
Ms. Clay, if you are there, if you could unmute yourself and answer Councilmember Spriggs' question.
Hi there.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So your question is about paying for part-time labor?
Yes.
And this, we've also applied for community enhancement grant and a neighborhood reinvestment grant with District 1. So since I'm a regional asset to South County, I feel pretty strongly that we will be getting some funding from those activities. Last year, we got the neighborhood reinvestment grant for a 24-foot refrigerated box truck, and we've used it well, very well. So this is not the only funding that I'm seeking, I guess is what I'm trying to say to you.
Councilman Spriggs, I'd like to point out the pictures that you see before you were actually pictures from their webpage. So this is some of their work, and so just if that helps at all.
Oh.
Yeah, we bring in
I don't
large
control it.
amounts of food.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I guess, Ms. Clay, I love what you're doing. You have a lot of support in this community and in the South Bay from the direct comments that we've heard tonight, and I really feel we should do our part in making sure that you succeed with getting your program sustainable going forward, including a warehouse that serves the South Bay. We're really, it's not a huge amount of money, but the idea is this is money allocated to Imperial Beach. Our primary goal is to support Imperial Beach residents with it. If the proposal were that this was a warehouse that was going to be in Imperial Beach and that you were looking to employ somebody to work in that warehouse in Imperial Beach, it would be a lot easier for me to say, yeah, this is Imperial Beach funding, we should be supporting this. Because
I would love to be in Imperial Beach, but I have not been able to find anywhere in Imperial Beach that would work for my warehouse. So I'd be more than happy to find a place here and employ Imperial Beach people. But I need to get going on it because January 1st is coming up.
Yes. So that's kind of the conundrum that I'm seeing in terms of the chicken and egg situation here. You know, I'd be happy with some sort of creative conditional commitment to you, depending on whether, you know, you can locate some space here. I know that space in Imperial Beach is limited. We're already built out. You don't want to build something from scratch. And that just makes it really, really a challenge. So I don't know, maybe city staff or the council members may have an idea, but to me, I think we should come in with this kind of support when we know that there is a direct relationship between this launching, you know, this sort of venture capital launch support that we're providing, and a closer connection with Imperial Beach, as opposed to another community that's going to have the warehouse and the employment that also has ARPA money that you could apply for.
Yeah. So there's multiple communities that my food goes to. I have 20 distribution partners in South County, many of which are in Imperial Beach. And so my concept for starting this is that we needed to pull together regionally to be able to help each other out, especially in case of an emergency. We were over 20 miles away from any food bank. And so that is the reason it was not just my idea, but I was running a networking group for 3 years in South County with many different food recovery organizations. And this was what we came up with, was the food hub. So we're looking at all the different communities contributing to the process since they're benefiting from the process. And I don't know if you read, if you were able to read the other parts of my proposal, but I delivered 3.5 million pounds of food all over San Diego County in my first 18 months. which is a lot of food.
Yes.
And so, anyway.
Look, there's no question. There is no question about how valuable your efforts are and have been. It's just a question of, all right, let me give you another thought. In the communities, in the jurisdictions that you're operating in, Chula Vista and maybe others as well, National City, I don't know about South San Diego.
Sorry, can you say that again? You were cutting off there.
I'm sorry. If we were part of a support arrangement with other communities that are putting their ARPA funds into this, knowing that we're all going to have our citizens benefit by the food that's coming out of it, but maybe not necessarily the employment that's coming out of it, I could see something like that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But for
Yes.
Imperial Beach to essentially support a startup operation that's going to be in Chula Vista or San Ysidro or South San Diego or National City, it just seems to me that there ought to be other partners with us in doing that.
I did attempt to do that. I have talked to the South County EDC 2 or 3 times now, and asked them to see if they could do something to help me bring the communities together in communication to talk about this, and I haven't been able to really get any traction on that. So maybe, Serge, I know that you're part of that, right, for Imperial Beach?
Well, maybe we can get back. I think the point is, to me, it sounded like the programmatically was a focus on Imperial Beach. Maybe, we can work, city staff can work to identify, maybe there's an area right on Palm Avenue that's closer. And to me, it sounded like the programmatic benefits were, there's 20 partners in Imperial Beach. They distributed over 100,000 pounds of food to Imperial Beach. So maybe we could figure out how to, make sure the benefits are a little closer or flesh out the investment on the part of other agencies. And Karen, maybe it's just to make sure we're clear on who the other financial partners are, where their sources of funding are. I'm sure it's in the proposal. And so that, Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs is assured in our residents that if we're spending this money that, by the way, isn't Imperial Beach tax dollars, it's federal money, would go, there's we can really see the benefit and obviously employment for Imperial Beach, folks from Imperial Beach. So,
yeah, I understand that.
Yep.
So what should our next steps be on this then?
Well, I would say we could have staff follow up just to make sure that we have some of those conditions, not unlike we're talking about with Suncoast, the idea is to hire people from Imperial Beach if you can. And I think we have to look at the legality of that too. We have to make sure we're always clear on local hiring provisions. If that's covered under the law, you're not discriminating. So anyway.
So I guess let me just conclude by saying I'm in favor of this allocation, but I think we need a little bit more staff work before we go forward. That there are other partners, from other jurisdictions, that we're not essentially footing the bill for this this program primarily ourselves. Even though the benefits do
there's
come.
There's a lot more money needed than this.
And how this money will directly benefit the residents of Imperial Beach. So we'll come back to you with some clarity on that.
But we can approve.
Thank you.
So we could approve this, the overall budget, and then just for the condition that we flesh this out.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Good. Perfect.
Exactly. We don't touch. I think all these allocations are fine in terms of the number. I wouldn't take some money from here and move it there, or fart around. Excuse my expression. With the great work that you've already done.
Jack,
so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs. I got that right this time. Not Professor Spriggs, not Vice Mayor Spriggs. Councilmember Spriggs, Mr. Spriggs, Ed Spriggs. Thank you very much.
I appreciate all those titles. Thank you.
Yes. And
I got one more. No.
Councilmember CM, Councilmember Fisher. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor.
Karen, thanks, Karen, for calling in.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. What a wonderful evening we have tonight to talk about some important issues that we have to make decisions on. A couple technical questions for Andy. So the ARPA fund, we know that it comes with 2 tranches. That's correct, right? How do we get going on our projects and all the projects we go? Because there is some time sensitivity does this give us the allowance to just get some money out there and get it going? Is there anything that may not be funded enough to get started? I know that did I chase you around the doghouse?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think that if the city council were to move forward with a resolution tonight, even if you modify it in some respect or move some money here, there, or whatnot, if we can get some direction from the city council to start one or any of these projects, we definitely want to get going on them. I know that we hear these terms like 2024, and they seem a long ways away. But with construction projects, that's not very far away. And so one of the things we want is some direction from the city council. The other thing is that all of these projects...
I'll give you direction. Can we start in 5 minutes? Like,
yeah, especially these ones we're
get
talking
going.
about with distributing food and that kind of stuff. This need is now. Right. We need to get this money circulating out to our residents. I think that's the biggest challenge in government. I think a lot of cities are still... What should we do with all this? I mean, we keep going to city manager meetings. Everyone keeps having these discussions. I want to be the first city to benefit our residents with it. Let's go. Let's get it out there. That's what it was intended for. How quickly can we get it out there to help the residents and the businesses and our community and everyone involved? So if we get some direction from the city council, trust me, we're chomping at the bit as well.
Wonderful. Really glad to hear that. As far as the informational signs, they look pretty small. You know, one of the things that Councilmember Gary brought up earlier was the digital divide. And I wonder, you know, many of the people who are going to pass by these signs, they're probably going to be driving, and they want to be in visible places. And I don't want to create a public nuisance that people are slowing down, because I think we're going to have some really important things for them to see. So just size-wise, I'm just a little concerned because they look fairly small to me. They look more of a kiosk size, which is good because I think we do have a lot of people on bikes who are walking. But again, just some things that we could benefit people who are driving who may not have access to digital devices at home. We will explore different sizes and see if there's something a little larger that's not tremendously more expensive, and see if we can kind of find that happy medium between that and some of the other community signs we see that sometimes are maybe too bright. Right. I'm not going to call anyone out here, but
Can we just hold pause for a second? I'm going to close public comment period. So I don't forget that. Continue.
Fantastic.
yes, we will get you some updated information on that.
Okay. And I'm not sure, was it mentioned anything about tennis courts or pickleball? Just kidding. Just kidding. You don't need to. Okay, now to the important part. You know, as we've talked about the amazing team we have for our Parks and Recreation, you know, I don't know what it takes to get it changed. I think that Parks and Recreation implies that all we do is sports. Is it possible to? I don't want to be the one who renames the department, but perhaps Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. I really feel like that's a unique thing that we're really moving towards. 170 has really been the game changer for us. So I think the approval for what needs to be done at 170 is going to be huge for us.
Yeah, so. I have had a chance to talk with Shannon a little bit about that. She definitely wants to make sure that our residents understand that our Parks and Recreation are not just about parks and recreating, but they are really about lifestyle enhancement, really enhancing our community and people benefiting from the program, not just those participating in sports. That's a really important point. Yeah, and I can just see the formulation coming with the type of services that we're wanting to provide. And I think some of the classes that we talked about are huge. Some places just don't have it. And we have this opportunity. I would also like to mention that, you know, for 170 Palm, I'd like to see it be named after one of our community icons, Bud Harbin. I think that would be a nice touch. And it was quite endearing because for what it was worth, he was an amazing man who did much for this community. He served on the city council just as myself and my colleagues have. And but again, we won't limit to him. I think that there's an opportunity if we have, you know, tiles or something across the wall, whatever, just something that kind of creates a good karma type of thing for us. I think that might be a good first name, though. I've certainly heard that many times. Yeah. So I like the idea of many names. Yeah. That's great. Just perhaps in some type of tile similar to what we have in Veterans Park. You know, not that we need to have adopt a brick at the community center, but again, that might help. Yeah, that might help fund some future activities. And again, I think one of the things that is always a side product is having community participation
in the project. You know, I don't want 5 people plus city staff to be the ones who only participate. If we can get the community buy-in, I think that's even much better. Now I want to talk a little bit about the, actually I want to make a comment. One of our residents made a comment, and I think it's the basis for what I'm seeing what these ARPA funds for. And they mentioned it's a critical investment for the entire future. And these should be long-term. And, you know, I think that some of the things we've discussed with I Love to Glean, with the co-op, and also with the neighborhood center, I think that our vision of what they do has to be a little bit larger, perhaps. You know, we're talking about some heavy hitters in our small community. They live in our community, and they're heavy hitters. Karen is so well connected, and I can tell you that what she does is not easy. It is not easy to coordinate that. I've worked in food service for over 30 years, and to know that she's able to coordinate with restaurants and those types of things and get it to where it needs to be while it's still fresh, you know, that's an important part. Same with the co-op. You know, I think they're going to provide some great services. Obviously, Pastor John at the neighborhood center, he's a tried and true performer for the good of our community. And so for me, it's really not making it absolute that everything has to be done in our small community, but I would love to be part of something that provides for our whole South County. You know, yeah, we have a small amount of funding. I know that. Some of the requests for a person, yeah, it's probably a large amount, but for city and government work, it's really not that much to ask. And so, you know, I think that we could probably swing something here and make it possible. And you know, I think the mayor mentioned earlier, these aren't public funds. These come from our government. They're not coming out of our general fund. Nobody's going to get shortchanged on any services that we need to provide. And so I think, as cheap as I am, I think kind of loosening the purse strings and being a little bit flexible in what we can do is an important in this endeavor. I'm trying to think. You know, I like the ideas of having locals having the opportunity to be employed. One of the things that we struggle with is most of our employment here in the city is fast food related or, you know, quick service type of stuff. So if we could get somebody in some real job training at a grocery store or, you know, some type of co-op or whatever it might be, I think that'd be good. So, you know, I would recommend that they have to post at the local high schools and work on a job program type of thing. Let's see. I know I had one more comment, and I won't delay anything while I look for that. But I really think this is really for us to provide for the entire community on an ongoing basis. And that was it. You know, we heard about Pastor John, we heard about Karen, we've heard about the co-op. What I'd like to see is all these groups are providing something similar. I would love to see this brain power come together and really create a plan together, because I don't want them to compete. I don't want them to neglect the good that each group and organization is doing. But if they could come together as like a brain trust, I think if they did that, then they would help us as a community be able to be more involved consistently. I met with the Mar Vista PTSA, and one of the conversations that came up is, how do these seniors get these volunteer hours that are required for them to graduate? And granted, it's not a whole lot, but some of the ideas were, you know, to walk a dog, to pick up trash, some of the things that are nice to do. But man, what would happen if they were out there on a Saturday morning at 7 a.m. at the neighborhood center helping people who are way less fortunate than they probably could ever imagine, to pass out some food, to organize, to sweep, to just do things that make an impact. I would love to see that happen for our high school students. It's an important part that they realize that this stuff exists in our community and that they can, at some point, be part of the solution, that they might find a passion for something that they really enjoy, that they see the humanity and the good that exists and not just what they find online. So that would be my hope, that, you know, we could really make an impact having these great people in our community reach out to our high school and perhaps some of our grade school. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Fisher, I will say that You mentioned one thing that we always try to keep in mind, and that is that even though we do have artificial geopolitical lines that separate us from Coronado and San Diego and Tijuana, a lot of the kids that go to our high schools, our elementary schools and whatnot actually come from South San Diego, and we try to include them in our community. And so it's well taken. We always try at the city level to make sure that we listen to them and try to help where we can. And so it's a point well taken.
I don't have any more speakers. Are we? No buttons. Oh. No, we're not. We're just pressing buttons. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy and staff, thank you very much for all the hard work. Because initially when this was presented, the numbers weren't fine-tuned, and you guys had to crunch the numbers. Appreciate all the hard work. To piggyback my colleagues, I find it pretty amazing that due to something very negative, the pandemic, that we do have a very unique opportunity to do some much needed upgrades here for the city. More so because of the Park and Recs department to assist and get them going in the positive direction, I think is very important. For me to have an opportunity on my watch to see something tangible, like physically being able to upgrade something, it's phenomenal. I won't touch on any of these specifically, but I'm in support. I just think it's a great opportunity, and I look forward to actually being able to physically see some of the work being performed.
One of the things you had talked to me about in your briefing, and I failed to mention, by the way, when we were talking about 170 Palm, you had mentioned a couple of things, that this goes beyond recreation and that we provide some of the community services that the county currently provides in helping people find access to either rental assistance or some of the programs that are offered at the county level, but we don't have a county office here in Imperial Beach. So to have some of those wraparound services where people can come and learn about them. And I forgot to mention that, Mayor and members of the City Council, we hope to have not just recreation services, but actually social services included in 170 Palm. And that's going to be important in our community. We don't have that kind of a help desk. And that will probably require, and we'll be looking into that, some additional help for Tony. But we'd like to see Tony there as well, where people can actually walk in and get some immediate help. And you mentioned that in your briefing, and I failed to mention that tonight, but that was a good suggestion. So.
Yeah, thank you. That's pretty much all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you very much. I want to echo my colleagues' comments regarding the allocation to all these areas that need funding. I think it's without a doubt a historic moment that we have in our community to provide this relief and provide these services and provide, improvements to our infrastructure and to our programs. I just have a couple, one question for Suncoast, but I just want to briefly echo Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, your concern. I had the exact same concern relating to and it's not so much a concern, but how do we ensure that the services that I Love to Glean's South County Hub are directed to Imperial Beach? Because after all, we are tasked with dispersing these funds for the benefit of Imperial Beach residents. And I know Ms. Clay has done an amazing job. During my time as the chair of the high-risk population subcommittee of the COVID-19 task force, she was essential in helping Pastor John and a lot of the other food drives within our community at the time of our highest need during the height of the pandemic. So I am extremely grateful to her. So I agree with the idea of complementary funding. I mean, most of you may not know, but that's what I do on a daily basis. My job is a program officer for a $15 million charitable dollar portfolio, and I know how important it is to find supplemental or complementary funding. So we can work on that, and I'd be happy to provide any input if needed on that area. My question for Suncoast, obviously I support as proposed. I think that it would bring an array of benefits to our community, locally sourced food, healthy foods. I don't know about you all, but I'm quite tired of, every single restaurant not every single restaurant, but a lot of the new restaurants we get are fast food restaurants, which, yes, they offer, jobs, which is good. But, this would be such a great opportunity to have a collectively owned business that is focused on healthy foods at affordable prices, that provides local jobs, and that, overall will help with the environment because they're sourcing locally and not transporting food from, the other side of the country. Anyway, if Ms. Frank is still on the line, just a technical question about her accessibility to credit services. We were talking about reimbursement, but I guess the question, we didn't ask you, Ms. Frank, if you have, you all have access to credit. How could you pay for something up front and then expect to be reimbursed while launching a business, collectively owned business in this case?
Yes. Thank you for that question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I really appreciate Council Member Spriggs bringing that up, as well as Council Member Aguirre. It actually is challenging for food cooperatives to get credit because they're, banks want to hold like a person responsible. And when you have 1,000 people that are owner members of the co-op, it's much more challenging to get credit. So that it would be a challenge. So I think, the city manager brought up the idea, and we had discussed this briefly before, of maybe installments, because we absolutely do want to protect, the city's investment. So I think maybe, we could look at with the staff some types of, milestones, like when certain things are achieved, then there could be a release of funds, so that it's not, we do not expect all this money upfront. We hope to have a lease within the next 3 months. And then, there'll be some time for a contingency period. And then, construction would start after that. So it still will be within the time frame of the time to spend the ARPA funds. But the money could come in tranches, as the city manager said, if that would, be amenable to the city.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that explanation, because I can imagine how challenging that might be, for you all collectively. So I would be, in agreement and amenable to the idea of milestones. I feel strongly that this is a unique opportunity for our community to have a multi-benefit type of collectively owned business. So I strongly support to Suncoast, as well to I Love to Glean's South County Hub, and especially to the Imperial Beach Neighborhood Center, who provides services to those most vulnerable in our community. Now, as you pointed out, Council Member Fisher, there are 3 proposals before us that are heavily focused on food relief, and that's great because, again, during the height of the pandemic, I witnessed firsthand, and in the multiple food drives that subsequently took place, the dire need for food access and food relief. So it's really great. But I just want to come back to bring back my colleagues' attention to the need that our community members that are in that kind of medium to low income level of income that are suffering. Yes, there's rent relief programs at the county, which have to be applied to and in partnership with the landlords, right? There's how do you call it when you have utilities relief, right? Programs that are available to community members. But I just wanted to remind my colleagues of the fact that on September 21st of this year, the moratorium on evictions ended. And my concern with how we have framed the IB assistance program for homeowners concerns me, just because there could be, as it was in this case, homeowners that may have a major break in their household that because of the economic hardships caused by the pandemic, they are not able to pay for. And I think that we should help our community members that have those needs. But my concern, again, and I've said this repeatedly, for the 70% of our residents in Imperial Beach that are renters, that perhaps landlords are thinking about displacing our community members because our town is in very high demand. That is the demographic that I have serious worries about. What is happening to people who are being displaced that are already coming out of a year or two of incredible economic hardship? Where are they going to find money to be able to pay first month's rent or to be able to pay a deposit so that they could have housing? We are seeing an increase in homelessness in the entire county, not surprisingly related to the COVID pandemic. So I would strongly encourage us to just tweak the language as we have it listed in the packet, the household and business assistance, to allow for those who don't qualify for rent relief, who don't qualify for utilities assistance, and have a fund to provide that immediate emergency relief so that people don't lose their homes. I mean, I think that's at least the minimum we could do is help those in greatest need. So I would strongly encourage my colleagues to think about that in that framing. And then, yes, 170 Palm, I love the idea of having wraparound services there. I think that's super needed. Partnerships with UCSD Public Health, for example, where we can provide more classes, healthy eating, cooking, enrichment for our community. I love the idea that you were mentioning about maybe switching the name to Community Enrichment Program, because it's far beyond recreation. It's about making our communities' lives better and improving their quality of life. That's our task. So I would love to see that as well. And that's it. That concludes my comments. Thank you,
Mayor. I think.
There you go. Okay.
So one of the things I think you mentioned that I think we should do as maybe, how we had the guiding principles at the beginning of this, add a guiding principle that none of the ARPA money should be used to allow or encourage evictions. That's not the idea. Is, oh, good. If you're going to pay me to fix up my house, I'll kick these people out, fix it up, and charge more rent. I don't think that's any member of the council's intention. So perhaps we'll do that in the mitigation plan. I think that actually makes sense. It's not just on the neighborhood and community assistance, but on the whole program as a whole. I think we want to make sure we're not doing that. I think that's a smart.
Yeah, and I know that's not the case, obviously, but having that fund specifically designated for that type of assistance, it's not. We would not be the first city to do that. Chula Vista is doing that. Austin obviously has been doing that, and many other cities. So I just wanted to uplift that issue as an important one to our community as we focus on food relief, as we focus on improving quality of life, improving infrastructure, improving access to services. Let's not forget about that demographic within our community that also is hurting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs wanted to ask a question, comment.
Yeah, this question is the back of the house side of these allocations. And my colleagues' comments about expanding the help to, renters in need, et cetera, actually reminded me that I wanted to ask you this question. Because every component of this program involves at least our finance department making provision for disbursements of funds. And to some extent, there's a tracking of the use of those funds. There's an accountability aspect. The more disbursements, the more the workload is. And I'm just wondering what our capacity is to actually implement this fairly widespread set of they're fabulous programs. But there's, what are the implications for our staff in implementing this program? And are there some areas that are more challenging? For example, disbursements to individuals I know from my prior work, is always more challenging unless there's an intermediary organization that does that kind of thing, that, you just provide the funds to them and the criteria, and then they are accountable to the city for supporting those individuals in needs or households in need, et cetera. So I don't know. I just like your response to what the implications are for city staff. Will we be able to move this money quickly by the deadline? When can people and organizations expect to see it? And what are the workload implications for our staff?
So, since March of 2020, I've seen miracles happen with this staff. Now, I know I'm sounding a little bit like a city manager here, right? And just trying to tell you how wonderful your staff is. I can take off my city manager hat, and I can tell you that I work with the finest group of people that you can't imagine. I hope our residents understand what a bargain they're getting in this community. The response to this pandemic by the city of Imperial Beach, I think, was exemplary and is a model for other cities. And we were getting a lot of questions from other cities. How are you guys doing this? And we've had a staff for a year and a half now that everything we throw at them, they just do it. And so I don't mean to commit for them, but we've had a lot of talks about this program and about this Arpa money. And I'm confident that they're not just, that their last thought is, how are we going to do this? That's not what I'm getting from many of our staff. It's, when can we? When can we get started with this, and how can we do it? We want to do this. So again, yeah, absolutely. I think Tony's going to need some help as we move through this a little bit, especially for the next few years as we're trying to deal with this pandemic. As you know, Joanne is down 2 members of her staff right now. But I have not heard Joanne one time say, slow it down, get me some help. I don't know how I'm going to do this. It's been, when are you going to get this going? I'm ready. Let's go. So again, not to be a city manager, not to be too emotional, but I work with the most amazing group of people. It is fascinating to me what they've been able to accomplish, and they are miracle workers every day. That said, we have been working, Joanne has been working with staff, and we have been working on how to track this money and how to make sure that we do it properly. And she's already put a lot of the back, you called it back of house. We've already put a lot of the back at house in place for a couple of different purposes. One, we're trying to be more careful about, for instance, how we track our expenditures at the port. And we're trying to be much more clear about how we spend money and where we spend it. And Joanne did the same thing for Arpa. So a lot of that system is already in place. And again, I don't mean to sing her praises because she's already getting embarrassed back. She's looking down. When I look back, she's like, I'm going to take these notes. December 28th of 2017 changed us all. The day that Doug Bradley died changed us all, right? And he was fantastic. I didn't think we'd ever replace Doug. I didn't. I think you guys know how I felt about him. I think all you felt that way about him. But we did. And Joanne's doing an amazing job. And she's very similar like that. She's got these, she makes this kind of stuff really easy with some of the ways she puts things together. But point well taken. We'll make sure that we get her staffed up correctly and make sure we take care of this. That was a cheesy answer, but I'm sincere in it. We'll make sure. We can't wait. Our citizens need it. I'd like to say, oh, yeah, we're going to have to hire some staff or whatnot. If you guys pull the trigger on this tonight, we're going to start tomorrow. We really want to get this thing moving as quickly as possible.
So thanks, everybody. And thanks, City Manager Hall. It sounds like there's consensus on everything. I think, obviously, it sounds like the council supports Councilmember Gary, the idea that, I thought the RISE kind of emergency assistance program was designed to do that, to make sure that we help people in need. That was the idea for this, right? Is that I'm wrong? That the idea that there would be help for people that need help that may be that don't fit into programs that exist if they're facing eviction. Is that correct?
I'll be honest. This is fairly new to me. I'm definitely going to look into it.
Okay. Well, anyway,
and apply some of the principles. So,
and I have a contact in Austin that can help you on that.
Perfect.
So,
thank you.
And she comes to Imperial Beach with my buddy of mine every summer. So, anyway, but I think everybody that there's consensus on that is correct. Yeah. So I don't think we're out of whack on that. And then there was one more thing. Oh, and just I think the idea for the Iowa Level Clean, just kind of helping them figure out a way just to make sure to be more intentional or explicit about the linkage to Imperial Beach so we understand the impact. And I thank you, Councilmember Fisher, for your strong endorsement. I know Karen as well. And, just to be clear, this program is going to be huge because of all the requirements on food waste. So anyway, so I only have 8 years, almost 8 years here, and unlike my senior colleague, who's a few more years.
Now I've got another name.
No, senior colleague, yes.
Another title.
I don't think we've had 45. We may have had some more for some of the other contentious issues. I don't think so. I'm trying to think in the last 8 years if we had 45 people provide comments. But, and Councilman Fisher, you mentioned heavy hitters. It's unusual that we get one of the country's finest public educational institutions, UCSD, the state's largest high school district, Sweetwater District, arguably the most well-recognized outdoor recreation advocates in the country, Outdoor Outreach. The YMCA are one of our largest, one of our largest ever and nationally largest nonprofits and, experts in public recreation and community health and wellness. San Diego Food Systems Alliance, which is a hugely well-regarded, food security organization. The Women's Club of IB, which is obviously the best women's club of all time.
They outdate the city by about 50 years.
I love a Green. I wrote it down, but I can't read my writing now. IB Neighborhood Center, and then Ocean View Church all endorsed this proposal overwhelmingly. Oh, and the food and Suncoast Co-op. And some of I wrote down everybody who provided comments. They were all yeses except for two people that didn't want to support the co-op. The words I wrote down: big picture and balanced. A gift, privilege to support it, historic, that's from our council members. So I know Sybil, she was my dad's friend before he died. She's a wonderful person. You know Sybil. I think she may have her Thanksgiving tree up right now. Sybil's amazing. And she said, I want kids to learn to play sports and get along with others. Amazing, right? And we do have a public safety issue at Sports Park. Thanks for the residents for bringing that up. Equitable, it's shovel ready. We want shovel ready, wonderful, blessed. And one resident, this is the only time in 8 years I've heard this. I love this program. She used the word love. So major contribution. So unique opportunity. So yeah, really extraordinary, phenomenal, tangible, physical. I think that was you, Councilmember Gonzalez. You want to see, it's amazing, phenomenal to see tangible physical changes, right, or something. So anyway, that's it. Awesome. Thank you. I want to thank all the community members who called in and wrote and expressed their support for this. But more importantly, I want to thank the council, all my council colleagues, and our city staff. It truly is a balanced approach, and it was equitable. You did listen to the community and the council. This is a significant achievement. I know it took a lot of work. What did they say the other day in Washington? No one's supposed to get everything they want. You're all supposed to compromise, right? That's American democracy, and so I do appreciate it. So with that, I let our senior colleague, Professor Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, get emotional. I usually do. So anyway. But anyway, with that, I'm going to make sure, do I need to officially close the public comment now? I'm just going to do that again. I'm closing public comment, and the public comment period is now closed. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2021-73, updating the American Rescue Plan Act program for the City of Imperial Beach and ratifying letters of understanding between the City of Imperial Beach and Service Employees International Union and the Imperial Beach Firefighters Association.
So moved. Aguirre.
I'm sorry,
That's
Mr. Mayor.
that's the resolution I have.
That's another item
Yes.
on the
No,
agenda.
no. Let me clarify. I apologize. So the very first item was your essential workers. So we had to amend the MOUs with a letter of understanding for the fire department and SEIU. That allows them to accept their essential worker bonus. That's what that's about. You read it correctly.
Okay.
You read it correctly. I just didn't address it in my presentation. That's on me. That's my fault. I apologize. That's the correct motion. I should have included that in my presentation.
It's here in the agenda.
If anyone is unclear about that, let me go back to this item real quick. At the very beginning, the city council, at your earliest meeting, agreed that we would provide assistance to our essential workers. I had more slides in this presentation, I thought. You guys must have been bored to death. My goodness.
I get it.
I know it makes you go too far. But this first item here, in order for you to provide this funding to our firefighters and SEIU, we needed to have a letter of understanding, and that's the other part of that's in here, those letters of understanding. So, and I should have put that in the presentation. I got way too excited talking about soccer fields and pickleball.
So I so move.
Thank you.
Aguirre, second.
Great, thanks everyone. Speaker Kelly, please take a vote, or call a roll call vote.
There has been a motion by Spriggs with a second by Aguirre to adopt resolution number 2021-73. Councilwoman Aguirre, how do you vote?
Aguirre, yes.
Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Leyva Gonzalez, yes.
Councilmember Fisher, how do you vote?
Fisher, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, how do you vote?
Spriggs, aye.
And Mayor Dedina, how do you vote?
Dedina, aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, this is really cool. Mayor, if I might, the next item will probably go relatively quickly, and then we could take a break because the staff would change, because then the rest of the presentations are Erica's. Is that okay? Can everyone make it one more thing before
Item
we take
number
a break?
one, consideration of resolution 2021-72, adopting the City of Imperial Beach City Council policies.
Okay, Mayor and Council.
City Manager Hall, do you have a report on this?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So resolution, so one of the things, and I think Councilman Spriggs probably remembers this a little better than the rest of us, but remember back in he's our senior colleague. He's
complimenting my aged memory now. I'll accept that.
So anyway, I don't know how many of you remember 1969, but there was Woodstock and the Brady Bunch, and man landed on the moon, and I think the Beatles came to America, and this was the pier in 1969. And surprisingly, it was an asphalt pier. I didn't know that. I always thought it was a wooden pier. But back in 1969, the City Council also adopted a code of ethics for its members in Imperial Beach. But they're still true today, and that is to provide a standard of values, responsibility, and personal conduct, improve the public image of the city and the City Council, establish the expectation that every elected official will act in a manner that preserves public confidence in and respect for the City of Imperial Beach, ensure decisions and policies are made using the proper process, and ensure the elected officials do not use their office for personal gain or to avoid civic or legal responsibilities. Now, fast forward 40 or 50 years, and pretty amazing, those are still true today. And so that's the only reason I bring them up, is they're still the ideals that drive our principles today. So wanted to get to the City Council, and you had your retreat, and you asked us to prepare some policies for your consideration, and we've done that. So I wanted to talk about the notable revisions in the plan. First is, for any number of months now, we've been meeting at 5 o'clock. We are now, according to some of the information that we received from the City Council and direction we received at the City Council at your last meeting, you'd like to return to the 6 o'clock starting date. Wanted to let you know that we cannot do that until the first of the year. Now, part of that is because we've already scheduled some public hearings to begin at 5 o'clock in your next two meetings. So we will plan, I hope they're still members of the public, but we'll get the information out. We will plan to begin our meetings at 6 o'clock right after the first of the year, right? But we cannot do it until after December 1st meeting, is correct? Okay. Sorry, I'm checking with the city clerk for anybody that's wondering. So that's the first change that is in your policies, is that we would return back to that time. Now, for Erica, who's way too young, she didn't even know who Jimmy Buffett is. I had to put this in that it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So, which is one of my favorite songs. She doesn't know who Jimmy Buffett is. I was disappointed in Erica. Anyway, the other item is the other notable revision is that the city council asked us to put a provision in that we would stop at 10 o'clock. And then the city council at 10 o'clock could decide, oh, we're almost done, let's go ahead and finish. Or if you still have items, you could move them to your next meeting because, after 10 o'clock, it gets very difficult to meet.
I wanted to have 15-hour meetings like the county. I thought we were going to go that way, or the Coastal Commission.
No, I'll go to the next slide here. It's over. Go home. At 10 o'clock, it is time. Even Ferris said it's time to go home at 10 o'clock. I'm doing the 80s thing if you haven't figured this out yet. But so that's another. So those are two timing notable revisions that we have. So the other thing that we talked about is placement on the agenda. We had kind of an awkward procedure before, and the city council wanted to clarify that. So the city manager may place operational items on the agenda. Those are approvals for community development or budgets or HR issues, and those are operational issues. The mayor may place items on the agenda. A council member may ask the mayor to place an item on the agenda. So that's one way to place items on the agenda. Or two members of the city council, and again, the mayor is a member of the city council, so the mayor and another member of the city council can place items on the agenda, one, prior to the meeting, or as part of the final category on the regular agenda. We were asked to add that. So things come up, someone brings something up in the meeting, and council members want us to bring something back to you. So we'll place an item, a category at the end of the agenda, and if two council members say, you know what, we want you to bring back this information. For instance, tonight you had some questions on I Love to Glean San Diego. We want that on a future agenda, and so we'll do that. But one of the things that I missed, but I went back and looked at the retreat, one of the things I missed because that has been some concern is, so I changed the language, and this is the only thing that changed in the policies from the time we talked about them. It says, the city council will, with a narrow scope, consider the item to be placed on a future agenda. At least one additional council member must agree in order to have the item placed on a future agenda with this method. That didn't change. Here's what I added. If it is determined that an item will be placed on a future agenda, the city manager will recommend a time frame in which staff can adequately prepare the information needed to address the item. Sometimes it won't be your next agenda. For example, we might leave the public or you with the impression that we're going to come right back. Sometimes, for instance, we just talked about even to provide benefits to our employee groups, we have to have a meet and confer. And that takes weeks. You have to set up a meeting. There's a whole process we have to follow. But we will inform you at that time so that we don't set the wrong expectations that it's going to just be on the next agenda. We want to make sure that everyone's clear. So that was a very good catch, and I appreciate that. Now, this is a new one also. For years, people have said, well, how does a civic organization like the chamber or someone, how do they get items placed on the agenda? Well, you can request that the mayor place that item on the agenda. We've never even had that process before. And then the mayor can make a determination of whether or not it is a city issue, whether or not it's something the council should be discussing. So again, as the chair of the meeting, he can decide whether or not that makes sense. But there's never been a process before. It's been kind of messy about how a member of the public or a civic organization places things on the agenda. So we just kind of cleaned that up, buttoned it up a little bit, and I think that's good. The other thing that was added was some definition of council districts. We now have council districts, and so you wanted us to make sure that, and I've seen each of you doing this already on your own, but we want to make sure that when something is happening in one council member's district, that there's some deference given to that council member so that they can address some of those concerns. And so we included that in your policies because you guys wanted to make sure that we recognize the importance of these districts. I think, Mayor, those are the only substantive changes. A lot of the rest of it was updating it, bringing it in with the current nomenclature. There was a lot of gender-specific language and whatnot. We just cleaned that up a little bit. So other than that, there's not much change to your policies. So if there's no questions, Mayor, we just need a resolution adopting the policy.
Great, thank you. Any comments?
Mr. Mayor, there are no raised hands and there are no written comments.
Great. Any council comments? I don't see anybody calling. So. Okay, great. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2021-72, adopting the City of Imperial Beach City Council policies.
Aguirre, so moved.
Spriggs, second.
City Clerk Kelly, please take a roll call vote.
There has been a motion by Aguirre and a second by Spriggs to adopt resolution number 2021-72. Councilwoman Aguirre, how do you vote?
Aguirre, aye.
Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Leyva Gonzalez, aye.
Councilmember Fisher, how do you vote?
Fisher, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, how do you vote?
Spriggs, aye.
And Mayor Dedina, how do you vote?
Dedina, aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Just a minute. I've been standing here a long time. I'll wipe this up. If you want to take a 2-minute break would be best. But
So we'll take a 2-minute break? You want a 5-minute? What do people want? 5-minute break?
5. Okay.
You're fine or what? So everybody's come back as soon as possible. In less than 5 minutes. I'm counting with my watch. Adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Imperial Beach Firefighters Association, IBFA Local 4692, approving the city's fiscal year 2021-2023 salary schedule and various personnel changes and amending the city's personnel rules. And Human Resources Analyst Moreno will give the report on the item. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you have resolution number 2021-69, which contains a new memorandum of understanding between the city and the Imperial Beach Firefighters Association. It amends several personnel classifications. It approves the city fiscal year 2021-2023 salary schedule, and it amends the city personnel rules. With regards to the memorandum of understanding, you'll see that it includes the 2-year term. It includes a 3% cost of living adjustment for the fire group, effective July 2nd, 2021, and then another 3% cost of living adjustment effective July 1st, 2022, as well as a contract amendment with CalPERS regarding the cost sharing of 1% for the classic Tier 1 or fire employees, and that will be on July 1st, 2022. With regards to the salary schedule changes, you'll see that it includes fiscal year 21-23. It includes a 2.5% COLA for miscellaneous classifications, as well as appointed management, mid-management, and confidential employees. It includes a 3% COLA for the fire employees per the MOU. And it also includes a new compensation for the city manager's classification, which reflects a 2.5 COLA. Now moving on to the personnel changes, you'll see that there are 2 amendments to the Marine Safety Captain position, as well as the Finance Manager, and it also establishes the salary band. It adds 2 new positions, one of them being Park Safety Ranger 1 and Information Technology Technician, and it also establishes a salary range for both of those positions. Additionally, there is an amendment to the Customer Service Specialist classification, and it designates range 45 to the Administrative Assistant position within the confidential group. Also, through this resolution, I would like to correct a clerical error on Resolution 2020-03, in which the appropriate range for the Assistant Planner classification should be 55. With regards to the personnel rules, it amends the personnel rules Article 7, which has to do with the leave of absence, specifically to the maximum vacation accumulation dates. Now, staff is recommending that you approve resolution number 2021-69 or provide specific direction to the city manager. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Are there any public comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. I don't see any speakers for the council. Anybody? Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And thanks to city staff. I know there was a lot of work. Thanks to our council members. A lot of work. Can't talk on what went on behind the scenes, but because there's a lot of closed session stuff, but I do appreciate everybody working on this. So really, really nice.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to entertain a motion to approve. Oh, and the public comment period is now closed. Finally did that right. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2021-69, which approves and adopts a 2-year memorandum of understanding from July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 with the Imperial Beach Firefighters Association, the city's fiscal year 2021-2023 salary schedule and various personnel changes and amendments to the city's personnel rules, Article 7, leave of absence amendment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Great, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk Kelly, please take an oral roll call vote.
There has been a motion by Fisher with a second by Leyva Gonzalez to adopt resolution number 2021-69. Councilwoman Aguirre, how do you vote?
Aguirre, yes.
Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Leyva Gonzalez, aye.
Councilmember Fisher, how do you vote?
Fisher, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, how do you vote?
Spriggs, aye.
And Mayor Dedina, how do you vote?
Dedina, aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
We're on item number 4, discussion continuation on employee vaccination direction to staff. Assistant City Manager Cortez Martinez will give the report on the item.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Nice to see you back in the chamber.
Yeah, that's true.
It feels good. It really feels good. Tonight, I'm returning to give you part 2 of the discussion among council where we're presenting information on employee vaccination. So at your last September 15 meeting, the city staff provided several options and some data which was kind of premature back then. There was consensus among the city council that we amend the existing proof of vaccination policy to extend it for an additional 30 days, obtain additional data or information of what other San Diego County cities or relatively public agencies were doing, and then also to return after 30 days or they're soon after, and that brings us to today. I want to commend our staff because what the opportunity that you gave us to extend the 30 days and all the work of the HR department, Nadia and her staff did to contact all of our employees via phone, email, letters. Our department heads also worked really hard to get information out there, say, hey, your proof of vaccination out there, we have 30 days, and we have to come back to the city council and report additional data. So this chart it brings us to today. We still have the same groups. We have the administration group. We have the maintenance and operation, public safety, parks and rec. I want to remind the city council members of the public that public safety does not include sheriff, because they are not our employees. They are employed by the county, and they have their own set policies. This is City of Imperial Beach employees and public safety employees only. So I have it broken down by vaccination, unvaccinated, unknown, and exemptions. Why exemptions? Because the City Council asked us last time to include religious and medical exemptions at the 30-day extension. So let me walk you through this chart. Administration, we're happy to report that we're now at 97.14% vaccinated. When we presented this data to you on September 15, we were at 86.11%. Out of that amount, 2.86 aren't vaccinated, and obviously the other categories are not applicable. The maintenance and operation in September 15, we were at 48.78. Now we're at 72.09. Unvaccinated, let me just remind you that unvaccinated includes anybody who basically declines the proof of vaccination, as well as saying that I'm not vaccinated. It's at 16.28%. We still have some employees that have not responded, and that's at 11.63%. No exemptions in the maintenance and operation. Public safety, in September 15, it was at 33.33%. Now we're at 51.86. 31.4% say on vaccination, and then we still have some unknown, which there's no responses, and an exemption of 1.85%. And of course, Parks and Recreation is at 100% as we provided that information previously. By the way, it's not an employee of one. Parks and Recreation is comprised of more than one employee. They wanted to tease Shannon for that. There's more than two. I also want to remind the members of the City Council and the public, we still have a mask requirement for our city staff in place, where if they're unvaccinated, they have decline or have an exemption, they're required to wear their mask at all time. One of the things that are lingering still out there that most of the agencies are waiting for when continue to do my research is Biden's executive order. And this is what I presented last time. It was so new when I gave you the update. I said it got just released hot from the press. So again, there's several categories, but really the one that impacts Imperial Beach is number 4. This is requiring all employers with 100 employees plus employees to be vaccinated or test weekly. This executive order asks the Department of Labor and OSHA to publish guidelines for those employers. Why Imperial Beach, or why any other public agency? Because we fall under OSHA. So there's several cities that are waiting to take any additional steps until the Biden or the OSHA, they say, hey, I'm waiting OSHA guidelines. So I just want to remind you that as of today, nothing has been published yet. I included this last time, but I will remind you, can the city require employees vaccination? Yes, we can. Obviously, we have to include reasonable accommodations if there's any religious or medical exemptions, which we have. It's in our current policy. For members of the City Council and the public, I want to kind of bring you back I know Nadia presented the MOU for the firefighters, and we have to go through meet and confer. I'm going to use that one as an example, because meet and confer is not just having one meeting. And I know Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez, this is your bread and butter. Basically, the MMBA requires that, or mandates that in certain aspects where there's a change to working conditions and other areas, that you meet and confer with the labor groups in good faith. And specifically for the requirement of the vaccinations, the PERB, which is the Personnel Board Administration, is where you submit the claims, say you must meet and confer in good faith on the impacts. So if one of the options would be to require the vaccinations and as a condition of employment, the city has to meet and confer in good faith on these impacts. That does not mean just one meeting and saying, here you go, this is a policy, and we're set in stone. It may require additional meetings. It may require them to go to their members, obtain information as well. It might require for us to say, well, what are the consequences? We'll include any disciplines, what type of disciplines, et cetera. Obviously, you're going to be discussing the policy. You're going to be drafting a policy. They have an opportunity to review it, and also members of those labor groups as well. So I just wanted to elaborate that it's not just a one-step meeting. It's definitely a process. And many of these include discussions and negotiations with members of the City Council in closed session as well. Okay, so in your staff report, there are 4 options, and I'm going to walk you through these. Option number one, which is the same one as we had provided, is the City Council. Obviously, we're here tonight because the City Council requested this item in the past, and now you've asked us to return. You have an opportunity tonight to hopefully ask me any questions and information that I can provide to you that will help you have a discussion and make a decision tonight or provide direction to staff. So these options are some of the items for consideration, but as a council, you have the ability to not go with any of these options and collaborate together and agree on some other matter. So option one is obviously the policy would to be require vaccines. What are the requirements? As stated before, you meet and confer with the labor groups. Some of the things that we like to additionally have council consider: boosters. The boosters are out there, not FDA approved, but there's policies from other similar cities that do include the boosters, ones FDA approved. The impacts and the costs, obviously, loss of workforce and recruiting challenges. We've expressed to the City Council numerous times, even in briefings, several topics, our challenges of recruiting and retaining personnel now. All of our departments are currently hurting, and this obviously would probably exacerbate the fact that we may have a workforce that would be impacted. In addition, we have employment separation costs and labor costs, which I couldn't really quantify that amount for you. Agencies in San Diego, this is specifically to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs. He wanted to know specifically what cities. Agencies in San Diego County that currently have this policy is the City of San Diego, Del Mar, Encinitas, and most recently, Solana Beach. All of their board or city council members have directed their staff to implement a policy where they require the vaccines. Moving on to option number two, this is require vaccines for new hires. Again, we meet and confer for the representative groups. We need direction to understand if we need to include the FDA boosters. Boosters once FDA approves. Impacts and costs, recruiting challenges. If we put in a job out and say one of the requirements is to be vaccinated, it may, it may push people away from applying in the job. The legal costs are really associated on developing the policy and working with legal just to make sure it's in compliance. Agencies in San Diego County that currently have this is Chula Vista, San Diego, Del Mar, Encinitas, Solana Beach, and Carlsbad. Option number three, and I'm bolding it because this is taking me back to the Biden's executive order. It's very consistent to what we anticipate. The 11 agencies anticipate that it would be very similar, which is require the vaccines or weekly testing. We still have to meet and confer on with the groups, unless obviously OSHA says differently. And we need direction from staff, council on the boosters. Impacts. This is different from my last staff report. My last staff report, I had indicated that it would cost almost $18,000 a week with the previous numbers that we had provided to test our employees on a weekly basis. Now we have an opportunity to train our staff in-house, to partner with the City of Chula Vista, who were one of the local cities that jump on getting approved and doing the testing for their employees. So we would have to submit an application so the county and the state can consider us, so there's no cost for the testing. And then we would train our staff and conduct that in a confidential basis in-house, where only, for example, HR would have access to those medical records. When I say the legal cost, is just basically the development of the policy. This is where all the 11 agencies that I have not pointed out earlier are this is where they stand now. They're on idle, just saying, we'll do what OSHA tells us to do. And obviously the last options is city council option. Like I said, if you choose any of these, or you collaborate and come to a conclusion for a different consideration and direction to staff. So tonight, what staff's recommending is that the city council evaluate the information. Hopefully I'm able to help answer some of your questions, provide direction to either myself or the city manager or any additional staff, request additional information, or as we did last time, continue the item. With that, any questions?
Great. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Cortez Martinez. Before we go to questions or comments, make sure we have any public comments.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 raised hands.
Okay.
The first one has the name Jay Cooper. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself. You have 3 minutes. Jay Cooper. Please unmute yourself and begin. Okay, I'll just move to the next speaker. It was Nick Morales. Nick, please unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Nick Morales. I am the president of the Imperial Beach Firefighters, Local 4692. As you're aware, firefighters throughout the United States have been on the front lines of the COVID-19 battle since its beginning. We have responded to every single request from our community when we did not have any information on how COVID spread, the severity of the virus itself, or the actual risks to ourselves or to our families. In many cases, the precautions that are in place today to prevent the spread of COVID were developed in the fire, EMS, and hospital services through trial and error over the last 19 months. In our local fire department, we currently have a very effective system of voluntary vaccinations, detection, treatment, and contact tracing of COVID with our firefighters and emergency medical response personnel. That system has been very successful in keeping outbreaks minimized, so firefighters are available to respond to emergencies in our communities. On September 15th, City Management brought before the City Council several options surrounding COVID-19 vaccination among city staff. The Imperial Beach Firefighters Association, Local 4692, supports the option which allows for routine testing in lieu of the vaccination. This can be accomplished at no cost to the city through the County of San Diego and the State of California. Although the Imperial Beach Firefighters Association recommends its members to become vaccinated, we oppose mandatory vaccinations for our members and adamantly support the right to personal choice. We respect the ability for individuals to make medical decisions on their own behalf. Our members have valid and significant concerns about their medical choice being taken from them. Each member should be allowed to make the right choice for themselves and their families without fear of discipline or termination. There are reasonable accommodations to mandatory vaccinations, such as routine and recurrent testing, which can be placed into practice and have been successfully implemented in other jurisdictions. We only advocate that our members continue to have the right to choose. Members of Local 4692 have navigated the last 19 months to ensure our community and our citizens we proudly serve have been protected and cared for throughout. That commitment remains and is unwavering. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jay Cooper. Please unmute yourself and begin.
Unmute, Coop.
Go ahead, Cooper. You're unmuted. Okay, we'll move on to Aaron Colley. Aaron, you have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Aaron Colley. I currently serve the community as a fire captain paramedic. I've dedicated my career to the service of the citizens of Imperial Beach. Over the past 20 years, I've shared the glory of being the first human hand to hold our newborn citizens and had the honor of being by their side as they left this world to whatever lays beyond. As you can imagine, the years on the front lines of public safety have taken their toll, not only on my body, but my soul as well. During the time when this pandemic was still gestating, myself and my crew were assigned to the Kincaid Fire in Sonoma County. A couple months later, the entire world changed for everyone, except us. While politicians were executing orders for you to stay in your homes and shelter from this deadly virus, we were told to hold the lines. We faced the fear of the unknown and continued, never flinching, to defend the public good. I can assure you, as my coworkers will attest, what was running nonstop on your newsfeed did not match the reality that we lived. Our EMS system was never taxed beyond its capacity, and the bodies of our deceased citizens were not piling up in the streets. If the reality we had lived had been different, perhaps you would see every member of the first responder community running as fast as they could to receive this vaccine. Such is not the case. Instead, you find our jobs leveraged in order to force compliance. While I believe that vaccines can and do save lives, I also stand firm in my belief that it should be an individual choice. This vaccine does not prevent the spread of COVID, nor does it prevent symptoms and/or death. The current vaccine is still in its infancy, and as the years progress, its long-term side effects and efficacy will be revealed. I encourage every member of government to stand for freedom and provide the medical choice that is a cornerstone of the service your firefighters are expected to provide for every citizen of this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, there are no further raised hands unless Mr. Cooper wants to speak.
You've given him a lot of chances.
Yeah, I think that is it,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Spriggs. Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs.
Keep going.
Another title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Funny, I always get your title right. Just a couple questions and then maybe some comments. And thank you for the presentation and the updated data and the updated options. Clearly some challenging times for all of us, not just with COVID, but with how to deal with it in a clear and consensus manner. Would it be possible, without violating privacy or other considerations, for you to break down the different components of public service, of public safety, which is the least vaccinated employee group, but has subcomponents, and it would be, so I have some questions about how that breaks down and what the current vacancy and staff capacities are in each of those public safety areas.
You got me off curve, Mr. Spriggs. I am so sorry. I don't have exact data for you as far as the vacancies or the categories because I grouped them. Obviously, public safety comprised of our lifeguards and our firefighters.
Correct. Okay. So I guess we just have to assume that it's roughly 52% more or less distributed across both groups. So you mentioned that there are already vacancies. Could you tell us what those vacancies look like, more or less, in the lifeguard, especially the full-time community, lifeguard community, as well as the firefighters?
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say that the vacancies are having nothing to do with the vaccination at the moment. We've been, like I said, every department has been facing these challenges with vacancies, maybe attributed to the COVID and the greater benefit that was provided during COVID. But our vacancies in the lifeguard are, through our permanents, through our seasonals, which we're getting closer to filling those permanent vacancies. Our public works too, their Thailands and their parks, and some retirements that throughout that it requires some restructure, people getting promoted, and therefore vacancies. Specifically in our fire department, it relates to also retirement, people leaving to other agencies, and the fact that we recruited twice for paramedic and we weren't unsuccessful. So the reasons vary, right? But the vacancies are there, they exist, and they're challenging to recruit and hire.
So our full fire complement, if there were no vacancies, would be 12 firefighters.
We are budgeted for 12 firefighters.
I think your question may be going to actual number of vacancies, and we anticipate by the end of the calendar year we could have 3 vacancies in the fire department. Is that the question?
3 vacancies in the fire department. Okay.
Correct.
Yes. And so if there are already 3 vacancies, that's roughly 9 remaining, and then of the 9 remaining, there's a significant percentage that have opted out of, have said they will not go along with mandatory vaccines, which could drop us further into the realm possibly. And I'm just looking at worst case scenario, because the number one issue in our community year after year is public safety. Number one. And everything else is like a distant 2, 3, and 4. But that, I mean, recreation is very high, but it's behind public safety. Both the firefighters and the lifeguards are essential to our public safety. We don't have oversight over the sheriff, so I don't even know if we have data. I think I would like to ask for data, Mr. City Manager, on the number of our sheriff's deputies who are vaccinated, because it's the same issue with our sheriff deputies as it is with our firefighters and emergency responders and our lifeguards. When they interact with the public and carrying out their public safety responsibilities, there is a risk factor that is, documented by the evidence in terms of why we have the vaccines in the first place, in terms of the probability of someone having it and being able to transmit it. So there's a problem there when people are not vaccinated who interact with the public under the rubric of public safety, in my opinion. There's also a challenge when our staff who occupy these premises, yes, we may have mask requirements, but they're not 100% foolproof. So to the extent that we have large numbers of staff, even if they're being tested periodically, there's a possibility of infection between testing that could even be conveyed to other staff members or cost more vacancies, more risk of COVID, Delta, and potentially serious harm, including to the public who come in for city services. So it's all about protecting our staff vis-a-vis infections from each other and protecting the public from infections from our employees. So to me, the vaccine mandate idea is on its face sensible from the public safety and protecting our employees standpoint. But when you tell me about these vacancies in areas where people who are swimming, surfing, etc., may not have the, if we lose lifeguards because of this, may not have the same safety net of protection, or if there are medical or fire emergencies in the community and we've only got 2 full crews to respond, that's a serious problem. So I'm really in a quandary here. You know, on one hand, you know, you want to respect people's opinions about the vaccine, but on the other hand, we all have to think about protecting each other and protecting the people we serve. Protecting the people we serve drives me to a compromise in what I really think we should be doing, which is a vaccine mandate. It drives me to the compromise of saying we probably should look at the hybrid approach so that we have less chance of losing staff for whatever reasons who refuse to be vaccinated. Staff in key areas of public safety who should be vaccinated. And yet we have the prospect of protecting ourselves and then protecting each other by regular testing. And so I think I see the firefighters' Local 4692 position. I disagree with the reasons for it, but from the standpoint of protecting our citizens who may need those services, I think we have to make sure we have sufficient staff on hand to handle those kinds of emergencies, whether it's in the water or on the beach or in homes or whatever. Because public safety is number one for our community.
Just a question, just to ask you, do you think our residents know that when they get a visit from a paramedic, they may be unvaccinated? Because I bet we did a poll asking our residents if they wanted firefighters or paramedics showing up at their home to administer CPR or medical services and they weren't vaccinated, they may say no.
I agree that they probably would say no. But if you ask the corollary question, if we mandate the vaccine, they may not show up at all, or they may show up late because there just aren't very many of them to respond to emergencies. Which do you prefer? I think it'd be a fine referendum to ask the community. Would you rather take a chance on having enough people show up on time but unvaccinated potentially? Or would you rather there be a delay in receiving public safety services? I say let's try to have as fully staffed public safety units as possible and try to work around as best we can this very unusual attitude towards vaccinations. I mean, they all have smallpox vaccinations and other mandatory vaccinations. Kids are required to get certain vaccinations to go to school. I really do not understand. This, at least the Pfizer vaccine has been fully approved. There are millions of people worldwide and in the U.S. who've had it. Their hair is not falling out. Other things aren't happening. So I have a very difficult time understanding the refusal, especially when you're in a job that requires you to have close contact with the people you serve. But having said that, like I said, I feel my ultimate job as an elected official is protection of our community. That's job one, is public safety. And if we have to make compromises in terms of our views regarding the vaccine mandate in order to do that, then I think that I would go that way rather than implementing a vaccine mandate with no options and then losing what's already a thin critical mass of public safety personnel. That's really all I've got. So I would come out for the hybrid approach.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question or comment. So initially, what had been stated in regards to Biden's whatever order or whatever, it had stated on there they were waiting on what was to be addressed by OSHA I think what really needs to be done, because there's a distinct difference between OSHA and Cal OSHA. Cal OSHA always has a much more stricter guidelines. So with that being said, is there going to be anything from Cal OSHA, not just OSHA? Do you know of?
That is what we anticipate, Councilmember Leyva. OSHA submitted guidelines for some of the things that our employees were bringing up during their comments, which is the detection, the training, the contact tracing, which we've been doing all that. And, I should say this, that besides the ability to give them that extension of the 30 days to bring these numbers up, I should also, without disclosing any information, we have not had a case in our premises on any of our work facilities that have raised or started COVID here. There has the contact tracing always leads to any external, either a family member or some scares, but nothing in the work. So we've also instituted the protocols in place to avoid what Mayor Pro Tem was saying, the protection of our employees and obviously the protection of our public. So back to your question, that is what we anticipate.
Okay. Thank you. And I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem that public safety is why we're all here. And ultimately, that's what everyone's primary focus should be. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, thanks, City Manager Cortez, for the great presentation. Just a few questions. The number that on the graph that still bothers me is the amount of people who have not reported. What can we do to get them to report? And I know people, like I said, it's just like kids trying to chase them down and herd cats. But I think there's a point where there's a responsibility that they just need to report. Is that reporting done to their direct supervisor, or is it that point where it comes down to HR only?
The policy it discloses that it's complete confidential, and that should be disclosed only to Human Resources.
Okay.
Now, if they choose to openly give that information to their supervisor and director, that is up to the employee. As far as your question, what can we do? As far as staff part, based on the current policy, because there's no consequences if you don't respond. We've contacted them, we emailed them, sent them reminders. The department heads have joined in the effort as well. I think probably part B would be the meeting and conferring that I was referring to, working with the two labor groups and having them to at least respond, because there is an option in the certification form where they can choose to either claim a decline or I'm not vaccinated. Right. So, and we would treat them obviously as unvaccinated, but at least it gets our numbers of the unknown to the next category.
Right, and I think that's really an important part of just being an adult, and just getting it done. So again, I know it's a little bit more difficult. The public sector, my boss says, do it. You got to do it. That type of thing. So, as far as the meet and confer, it sounds like a huge amount of staff time. Would that entail a great deal of staff time to get done?
Again, I think it depends what the direction of the council is.
Okay.
What is it that you want to include? What's the outcome? What is it that you want to include in the policy? Consequences, all that. It depends. It varies. But it's no different from us meeting and conferring with them for a new memorandum of understanding, bargaining. So we sit at the table and we negotiate over terms and conditions of benefits and salaries. So no different from that.
Okay. And
Yeah, on kind of your earlier comment, I appreciate you saying it because I think there's an important thing that I want to make real clear as a city manager here. I don't want, the reality is that we have rules for our employees. And we tell our employees when they come to work. We tell them when they go home. We tell them how long they have for lunch. We tell them what uniform to wear. We tell them how much money they're going to make. There are rules. I don't want to give the impression that I heard some comments about personal freedoms. There are no personal freedoms here, right? And I want to make it real clear that that's not what I'm condoning, that our employees have personal freedoms and they can choose when to come to work or choose what they'll decide. We're still the employer. I want to make that abundantly clear. Now, if people have concerns about the vaccine and whether or not it might have future health implications or something like that, I'll listen to that concern. I won't listen to this concern that, hey, we have personal freedoms and we'll decide what we do for this organization. That's not how it works. We still have to make sure that there's authority in our organization and rules that our employees know that they've got to abide by. This conversation about, well, employees should run the roost, that's not how it works. We get direction. The residents elect you. You guys establish policy, and we implement it. That's not changing tonight, and I just want to make sure we're really clear about that because I was concerned about some of the comments that I heard about personal freedom.
But apparently your employees don't feel compelled to actually fill out a form that says if they're vaccinated or not. Like that wasn't required, or if you guys ask them to do something, they understand they actually don't have to.
Well, and again, I didn't mean to get emotional. Earlier, you saw how I feel about our employees. They're miracle workers. Mm-hmm. I just want to be careful about the conversation we're having that we don't condone that now employees don't have to follow our rules. I think they do. And I just want to make that clear because an organization without structure and rules is chaos. And I think we have to be very careful about this conversation. I'm not lecturing. I'm emotional because I love our employees. I want them to do everything they can to be safe. But I don't want this to be, well, the employees can just decide what part of our rules are going to follow. I think we have to be careful about that.
No, I think that's a fair comment. So, I look at asking for a report as more of a request.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be covered under a policy, does it?
No.
Okay. So that I just want to make sure.
No, exactly.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought. We were lucky enough tonight to hear from a couple of our own firefighters, Mr. Morales and Mr. Colley, and just fantastic. And to be honest, these guys, they've spent the last 20 months on the front lines. I trust them. Honestly, I trust them more than somebody who sits inside an office. If they take that risk, I get it. If they've seen everything. I imagine if they don't wear their seatbelts, there's probably a reason. And this is my thing. I feel very comfortable. These are adults who should be able to make their decisions based on the real life. I don't know if me making a decision for them is the right thing. I know at some point we have to make decisions, so I get that part of it. But, somebody mentioned earlier that, we've all had smallpox vaccination. We've had this vaccination. I don't know anybody here who, as an adult, had to make that decision. Our moms and dads trotted our butts down, sat us down, let the doctor stick a needle in our arm because they felt it was the right thing to do for us. This is, as much as we like to draw some equalities to our previous vaccinations, this really isn't, because most of us have to make this decision as adult. It's a very personal decision. It causes conflicts. You could have a husband and wife in the same household, and they might have a conflict of getting a vaccination or not. And so I personally don't feel like making somebody do something that's against their will. They take upon their personal will. And to the point of, would we want the public to know that somebody of our first responders isn't vaccinated? I'm sorry, but somebody in medical distress is going to be like, hey, let me see your card before you offer assistance. As much as the risk is inherent and we understand the risks, I don't think the numbers are where they were 20 months ago or 12 months ago. I think we have a lot more understanding of what's going on. And I'll make the same point I made last time is we could debate what the policy should, and at some point we might get overridden by OSHA. And I think that's where I feel comfortable. And the one thing that I really thought was neat, both of our firefighters had mentioned that they're not against getting tested. that wasn't a hang-up for them. They said, hey, we'll go through the testing. The fact that the cost would come down significantly if we got to that point, that's fantastic. But I personally just can't feel like, we need to impose it on people who know the inherent risk, who have lived this way closer of a concern than I could ever imagine. I was very lucky to be snuggled up in my home, safe sheltering while these guys were hitting the beat and expected to perform their jobs, not only at 100%, probably at 120%. So that's kind of where I had it. But thanks for a good presentation. I don't have any more questions.
Councilmember Geary.
Thank you. I want to preface my comments with expressing how extremely grateful I am to our first responders who put their lives on the line during at the height of the pandemic. They were the ones out there responding to calls, providing first aid assistance to those who were suffering actually from COVID infections, and who also sent a delegation to fight the wildfires at a certain point. So I am extremely grateful for their service. Now, that being said, I don't agree with one of the comments that was said by earlier, Mr. Kale. The science is has overwhelmingly showed that these vaccinations are effective. Now, coming back to the point of personal freedom, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Fisher, but at the same time, we are tasked with protecting public health. And yes, we absolutely should protect our own staff, right? But I can't help but think of a senior citizen, for example, that has had their series of vaccinations, booster shots, but is still immunocompromised. Data has shown that they could still acquire COVID and they can still die from that disease. How sad would it be if somebody's been sacrificing, being away from their family and their loved ones for 2 years, and maybe they fell down and broke an ankle, and suddenly, maybe the first responder is unvaccinated and now they're, they've acquired it and they pass away. So, where do personal freedoms end and where does our task to protect public health begin? Now, I am also very aware that we are short-staffed and that if we were to mandate a full, vaccine mandate, that would put us at risk of being understaffed and having responders answer emergency calls.
No, I just want to make, I guess the assumption we're all making is that somehow our union employees with wonderful benefits are going to quit. And that hasn't nowhere in the country has that happened. It hasn't happened in the military. It hasn't happened with medical workers. So I just want to make sure that because we're making that assumption, but it hasn't played out anywhere in the country.
And there is a point there. I know that there was a case of New York City where 10,000, it was 9,000. 9,000, firefighters were assumed to quit, and I think only 35 did or something like that. So I get that too. But I think it's the level of comfort that we're going to have in making that assumption and taking that risk, if you will. So my questions are, because a weekly test, that doesn't, you could be infected for 2, 3, 4 days and not know it. And then you go get your test at the end of the week, you already spread it out to 10, 15, I don't know. There's been several, you gave us the data last council meeting of community spread, community infections. So is it possible, or would it cost us any additional funding to increase the frequency of testing? That's one question. And two, medical masks aren't as strong as N95s. I know those are more expensive. Is that something that we could require?
So, thank you, Councilmember Aguirre. The increase of the frequency, yes, it could be once or twice a week. As far as if we would be able to cover the cost for, or the state or the county can cover the cost for 2 tests versus 1, we would have to verify that. So maybe perhaps the city would have to cover costs for 1 and then the second one by the state or county. As far as the N95, it's already in the OSHA guidelines that if an employee requests an N95, that the employer has to provide it. So,
but can we mandate them to have N95s? If we're assuming that 50% of our public safety employees are unvaccinated, I mean, what level of risk are we willing to take that they might be infecting members within our community that are already vaccinated but that are still at risk of acquiring the infection?
Yeah, so we can definitely provide those to those that are unvaccinated. And again, they follow the policy that we have in place that they have to wear that. I got to admit, I don't know how are we with the supply of N95s. I know when we were purchasing all the PPEs for employees, that was only for medical, but we can certainly look into it.
Well, I feel that we have to take a hybrid approach just because I feel very uncomfortable at running the risk of being understaffed and not having sufficient first responders answer our emergency calls. And for that reason, I would favor the hybrid approach.
So the evolution of modern society only has happened because of the existence of science and vaccines. The existence and evolution of public health departments in this country and across the world was in response to the, especially in our country, with cholera and typhoid. And modern sanitation systems were developed to stop the spread of disease. The most esteemed scientists in world history were those who developed vaccines, including Jonas Salk, whose Salk Institute is named after. The world's greatest scientists have worked on this vaccine. The vaccine has been rolled out worldwide with very few issues. There's problems, but the only reason we're here tonight is because we all got vaccinated. Most of our employees have gotten vaccinated, but apparently a few in public safety, which I find an oxymoron. Our public safety people have told us that they have a public right or liberty to not get vaccinated. The only reason our parents marched us down to get vaccinated in their childhood vaccinations was because it was required to go to school in this country, unless you went to a private school, but none of us could afford. So I got vaccinated because, you know, I remember doing it. You could go to school, and that's why our parents made us. Thank God we don't have to do it when we're adults, because apparently no one would. Yeah, I mean, look, Ronald Reagan's a conservative hero who fired all the air traffic controllers when they went on strike. And conservatives didn't blink an eye, and our air traffic system didn't fall apart. They hired people. So the risk of having someone quit, and if our union employees who have well-paying jobs want to quit and tell their wives and kids that they quit because they couldn't get a jab in an arm that takes about 5 seconds, takes a second, and move to Mississippi or Arkansas or any of the other states where they don't have public employee unions and they're at-will employees where a landlord can evict you in 3 days. I've lived in one of those states, so I know what it's like. And you make about a third of the salary you make here, please move there. I can guarantee if we did a survey of our residents, especially the one on the seniors, and if you ask them, do you want a firefighter showing up your house that potentially has the Delta variant, which has been killing people left and right, especially seniors, I think they'd say no, and they'd say, well, we'll wait for Chula Vista to show up. If people want to quit, that means that the employees we don't want to have. All these guys are the guys that got vaccinated when they were little kids. I heard them say to all the rest of the staff is, we're different than you. And I don't think that's right in an organization, that somehow we're different. And we've all been sitting in our offices and we're different. Sorry, I was a lifeguard at the beach. I did CPR on people. I rescued 500 people on our beach. And guess what? The people I did CPR and I didn't make sick, I saved their lives. I blew life into their mouth. But God forbid I would have had the Delta variant and didn't know it, and then I made them sick. What would happen to this city if one of our lifeguards does CPR on somebody or our firefighters get somebody and they give them Delta variant and they die? That's a $20 million lawsuit. So my question is, sure, you don't want to be vaccinated? Are you going to carry your own liability insurance? Because we're going to take you off the city's liability insurance because we're not going to be liable for the absolute disaster that one of our employees would be in making our residents sick. So what I heard from our firefighters, and unfortunately, I really like our firefighters. I wish they wouldn't have spoken because they made their case worse. What I heard from them is they figured out a system that works really well for them, but we didn't hire them to serve each other. We hired them to serve the public. All right. Our residents pay taxes that goes into our city, and then our city residents expect to have the highest levels of service. All of our residents, most of them have been getting vaccinated their whole lives. They've gotten, I think 71% of our residents have gotten vaccinated. They would expect our public safety employees to do the same thing. And they'd expect that the city leadership would require people to if they fill out a form, they actually have to do it. So I don't know. The reality of vaccines the mandates are coming. The question is, are we all willing to risk somebody getting sick and dying because they had a contact with a firefighter? I'm not. I don't want to hang out with people that aren't vaccinated. I'm sorry, I don't. When I go to the hospital, they ask me if I'm vaccinated. I go to places, I ask people that work for us, if, guys that came by the house to clean the yard, they're all vaccinated, right? So the plumber is vaccinated. The guys who installed our dishwasher are vaccinated. They tell you they are. So if people want to quit because they're not vaccinated, please move to Mississippi or Arkansas. Or you can go to Florida. Please go where there's no protections for anybody and the salaries are limited. I don't think it's going to happen. It hasn't happened with the military. It hasn't happened in public health. UCSD, I think the vaccination rate's like 99%. USD, the vaccination rate's 99%. No one's quit because no one's going to give up a union job that pays really well and tell their wives or their husbands or their spouses, their partners and their kids that, yeah, I couldn't get vaccinated, so I quit. So that's me. But other cities have done it. No one's quitting. You're going to quit a job in Del Mar, Solana Beach, and move to where? Oklahoma? So anyway, that's just me. Sounds like there's no support for vaccine mandates here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let's say hypothetically we were down, I don't know, an additional 2, 3, 5 firefighters. What would the alternative be?
To hire more.
But like that intermediate, is there a way that we could...
we can hire more. We can partner with Chula Vista.
Supplement our emergency response with Chula Vistas or with South San Diego's?
Sure, we can. You know what? And this is important to me because my mom survived the Blitz in London. And people in London and Winston Churchill, we didn't defeat the Nazis by everybody complaining and saying that personal freedom. When my mom's house was blown up by a Nazi bomb, they rebuilt it. The firefighters helped her. The police officers helped her. It wasn't this whole thing, we can't do it or we don't know. If our employees want to leave and get a job in Mississippi or Oklahoma or give up their union job, great, we'll figure it out. Now, I want to make sure it's clear. I run a business with 23 employees in the United States and Mexico. 100% of my staff are vaccinated. Not one person complained because they've all had relatives and people that have died. 5 million people worldwide have died from this disease that could get worse with new variants. We're not winning this battle against COVID, and rates are going up in Florida, in Arizona, and Colorado again because of this ridiculous notion that somehow American identity and freedom is tied up in a vaccine. It was George Washington was the first American that required people to get vaccinated with smallpox vaccine. The Supreme Court decided this in 1906. All of us have been getting vaccinated our whole life. So anyway, I find it embarrassing that we're even having that we're allowing this anti-science folks that have delayed the recovery of our country and our city because they refuse to get vaccinated. And it's an oxymoron to call people public safety when they're unwilling to make themselves safe for the public they serve. That's my opinion.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's not a single person on this council who, because we're all vaccinated, who doesn't agree with the notion that there should be a vaccine mandate and that city staff should be vaccinated, and most especially public safety personnel should be vaccinated because they interact intimately with the public in emergency situations. It's an oxymoron that the public safety, as you said, that's the term you use, that public safety staff, personnel are less inclined than anybody else to want to be vaccinated. But I don't think that's the whole point here, and that's, I think, what we're trying to discuss. We're trying to look at what happens if, okay? And so what are the alternative plans? I'm asking city manager and our assistant city manager. Let's assume the worst case scenario and that we go down to 6 or 7 firefighters as a result of the mandate. I mean, it might happen. What is the thought about what we would do about fire safety and medical safety in Imperial Beach in that scenario? And how long would it take us to put together contingency plans? I know it. You got to let us talk about the alternative in terms of the community, because
the assumption is that
wait.
The data doesn't bear out what you're saying, though.
Let me
okay, well, you've talked a lot,
my point.
So.
Well, you talk a lot too, so let's not go there, Mr. Mayor. Come on, we're trying to resolve a very difficult issue here. So let's just...
I'm just questioning. I find it offensive that we're making assumptions about people quitting when that has not happened. There's no data to bear out. So we're letting people hold us hostage based on something that has not happened.
Okay, you want to go to this argument? We can go to this argument, because the counter argument is those other places have a hell of a lot more firefighters and public safety personnel than we do. If you go down to 6 firefighters in Imperial Beach when we really should have 12, and we at least need 10 or 11 to have 3 shifts, you're talking about a vulnerability here that others with larger numbers can compensate for, okay? We have a small community here. We have a small number of employees. Our entire employee situation serves more people per capita than any, by double practically, than any other community in San Diego County. So it's the same in our firefighter situation. They serve more people per capita than probably any other fire department in the county. So we lose half of them, and then where does that put us? We don't have really that cushion of staffing. And I don't like it any more than you that we're essentially being blackmailed by by a few people that are forcing us to even consider and debate a policy that's a no-brainer for most of our staff, right? Now, you may be right. It may be that everybody decides they're going to comply when it's a choice of their job or not, and going home and explaining to their families why they don't have a job. You may be right, but what if you're not and we don't have any margin of error? What if those 2 or 3 additional people making up this 47% decide, nah, I'm out, for whatever reason? That's the issue, and that to me is the concern. It's not about being angry at them for their attitude. It's about what do we do to protect our community in case they call that bluff? And I don't like it any more than anybody else here. And I'm making public statements about the fact that I don't like the fact that the firefighters are putting us, and the other public safety folks, the lifeguards are putting us in this situation where we have to think about a compromise in terms of what we all really feel is necessary. And that is for everybody to be vaccinated who works for this city and who interacts with the public. So I think in some situations, we have to hold our nose and do what's in the public interest. And that's why I think we're just, stuck with having to go with this. And, if you want to roll the dice with our community safety, not you, if we want to roll the dice with our community safety at stake and hope that city staff can cobble together an alternative fire and other public safety approach once the mandate goes into effect, then, we can do that. Another thing we might do, maybe we need to give you more time. Maybe we need to give you another 2 weeks or 30 days for you to interview those individuals and for you to come up with alternative staffing plans for the fire department so that we can say, ciao, if that's what you want to do, because we have a plan B or a plan C. I don't hear us having a plan B or a plan C. So I'm reluctant to throw the dice and hope for the best, and then our community is at risk. So I hope from my tone and what I've said, Mr. Mayor, you understand I'm just as upset about the situation as you are, but I'm looking at, you know, the other side of what do we do if we're wrong and we think and they do walk, right? So I'm for the hybrid.
I apologize for, I was rude. I'm sorry. I apologize. No, it's okay. I was rude. I shouldn't, so I apologize. Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, you know, I just want to, I don't follow COVID numbers very closely in all full disclosure, but last time I checked from the beginning of October, I think there was something like 3,200 cases of people, new cases of COVID, and more people who were vaccinated got it and reported it. So, you know, again, this is something we've never dealt with in our lifetime. But that's the thing. Again, I look at the firefighters, and I think they're at more risk than any of us are. They're not asking somebody that they're going to assist if they have, you know, have been vaccinated. They know the risk. Like I said, you know, to mandate it, I just don't see it. And to answer the question of what do you do if you don't have anybody? Well, in the business sector I work in, when you don't have people, we have to close 1 day a week. Sorry, public safety. No, the public. When I work in the restaurant business, we don't have enough staff. We close. Public safety cannot close. It's not even an option to be even close. You know, worst case scenario, you get people who are wanting to take a job who have very little training, very little experience, and then you're at more risk because you're putting people out there who are causing more problems than they are good. I've seen it, not in public safety, but in the sector that I work in. So, you know, I think we just, man, you know, I just don't think we need to move on. And, you know, I'd just like to make a motion that we just continue on our current path. Again, we look at, see what the president's going to do. If that's the direction that we're given, then we're in a position where we're forced to take action. I think on our own accord, I would like to see us just continue to monitor things where we're at. And I would love to see those who haven't reported to get reported.
No, I second his motion. I feel that it is premature. Maybe we should wait a little longer. I agree with you.
I'm not sure the motion is clear that we wait a little longer. Are we doing a 30-day extension again, the way we did last time, or do we come back and make a decision on this as and when there's regulations, which, you know how the government works. We all know, especially the federal government, it could be a 6-month time period while we're waiting for this, and COVID might be over completely. We don't know. Meanwhile, we've got to deal with the current issue, which COVID is prevalent in the community. The Delta variant is still out there. You know, people are still getting sick and dying, et cetera. I won't argue with you about whether, you know, there's a lot more people unvaccinated getting sick everywhere than there are people who are vaccinated. You know, the vaccination is not foolproof, but it makes a difference. And or we wouldn't be having this discussion. If it didn't make a difference, you know, there wouldn't even be a discussion about it. So could you clarify the motion in terms of what we really want to do here?
Yeah, you know, I would just like to wait another 30 days. That takes us up to I think our last meeting of the year, if I think that's correct. And just again review it, because again we know things have changed all the time in this, and I just don't want to. Again, I don't want to push it too fast. And then, you know, at that meeting, then we can discuss again. I don't think we need to go fully through this. I don't know how we look at the next meeting. Maybe, you know, just have a discussion item, then go ahead. You know, we do have some items on our consent calendar that come up every 30 days that we have to take care of. So I just, again, for the sake of maybe regrouping, I think we've had a great conversation this evening. I think we just waited another 30 days and have another conversation with the hope that Andy, so that the rest of those can just report. I think that's a sticking point for me, because again, we're all adults. These guys and gals are getting paid to perform a duty as an employee, and you know, there's only so many times you can run around the mulberry bush before you get caught by your mom. And I think that's just an important thing for me. So did that make it a little bit more clear?
Could I just ask
Sure.
for one more clarification? Do you have any objection to us asking staff as part of this to come up with alternative ways of staffing these public safety entities in the interim, if we do decide after 30 days, or we do get an OSHA mandate regarding vaccine mandates?
The mandates are coming.
Right.
Yeah, just me personally, if you want to add that to, I'm okay. I just don't think that we work in hypotheticals too much. As much as what I've heard is some of the people would leave, I think that the mayor made a really good point. It's a real, you know, situation where you have to take a deep breath and decide what you're going to do, and you know, because I think that we have such a variable. Because could we get by with 10? We think we could. 9? Yeah, it's really hard. You get down 8, and then you're really struggling. When we're talking about the firefighters, a lifeguard, I don't know the staffing numbers, but I think it's really similar. So, because I think that if we were to talk about the hypotheticals, we'd have a much longer conversation that would meander.
Okay, I don't think I'm talking about hypotheticals. I think what I'm saying is that as part of this interim time period, whether it's 30 days or sooner, if OSHA comes, Cal OSHA or OSHA, whoever comes out with a mandate that requires us to come back and act, that in the interim, whatever that interim is, that we have some contingency plans, so that when we come back, we have a sense of what the consequences would be, what staff will do to make sure that those consequences aren't the worst case scenario. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand. I think I may have misunderstood you. So I think a contingency plan is very well warranted at some point. So,
okay.
I'm good.
Can I make a point about something? Since I worked for the city, when there were 6 lifeguards on the beach and no one drowned, no one's going to drown at the beach. There's no lifeguard shortage. Our lifeguards can handle. A bunch of seasonal lifeguards want to quit, they'll be fine. And I told Councilmember Spriggs, you can sit in a tower and call rescues. Councilmember Spriggs can sit in a tower. I can sit in a tower, and I'll make rescues. I mean, we'll figure it out. I just want to make sure the lifeguards. Now, the firefighters, we got to figure out. I like the idea of figuring out a contingency plan. It'd be great just to figure out. I think one of the things I know in management, we say everyone is replaceable. Everyone is replaceable.
100% agree with you. And it's always the ones who don't think that they are that actually are the most replaceable.
Right. So anyway, I'm waiting for a motion.
Maybe we can use some of the second round of ARPA funding as incentives to attract new firefighters, potentially.
Yes.
For clarification, does the maker and seconder agree to that request for the contingency plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Seconder agrees.
City Clerk Kelly, would please take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Aguirre, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Leyva Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Leyva Gonzalez, aye.
Councilmember Fisher, how do you vote?
Fisher, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Spriggs, how do you vote?
Spriggs, aye.
And Mayor Dedina, how do you vote?
No.
Motion carried by the following votes. Motion carried by the following votes. Ayes, Aguirre, Leyva Gonzalez, Fisher, Spriggs. Noes, Dedina.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Before we leave, do you have a public comment you missed?
No, one came in late, and it's a very brief one. Let me just read it really fast. It comes in from Vivian Marquez Waller, and she says, unfortunately, now we have Stewart's drain failing regularly. And that's all she said for public comments.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.